Hello, hello.
We really do have a great connection. Even our daydreaming is in sync.
Let us say hello to the birthday boy, children. How is everybody doing today? Hello to you two. I see we've got Mad Kitty and Night of the Living Cookie. And Blaze on deck with a few lurkers. Hello, hello. And how are my Twitchlings? Hi, Ibo.
I didn't accidentally use my evol to freeze you in place, did I? You're not moving.
Sorry, baby. Mama's got to focus. Hi, Frost. Hi, Crystallized Chaos. Hello, my children. I see we have a few more others in there as well. Elemental, hi. Well, here we are again. Once more. Into the breach. So, on today's agenda, we have our reading corner returned once more. Oh yes, we've had the Kingdom Hearts 4 announcement that hit. Ivo, that's perfectly fine, darling. You are free to lurk while you wait for your mom. That is the purpose of this stream today. And Persona 6, yes, Cookie has reminded me Persona 6 is announced. There's a lot of stuff that has been announced. Until Dawn 2 was announced, of course. And then Laufey was announced, which I'm excited about, as I've loved the God of War revival and the last two games they've done and the narrative shifts and how they've evolved Kratos' character, but I could go on for hours about that, so we're going to keep that short and sweet. I do believe the Control sequel was also announced. Super jazzed about that. Lord, there's been so many things announced, actually. I don't know how we're all going to keep track of it all. P4 revival. So many games, darlings. So many games. So little time. How are we going to play them all? Yes, the gamer in me is super excited. I'm like, okay, I got to figure this out. I have to figure out what I'm going to play privately, what I want to play on stream. And granted, now I'm kind of into Warframe. I don't know how I got here, but I'm here. So I've been thinking about doing a Warframe stream and me reacting to, well, just playing also as a little baby frame, but also from what everyone who has been encouraging my current obsession has been telling me is that there's an amazing storyline within Warframe. So, you know me, if there's story and character, I'm a bit of a sucker. Hi, Hustler. Hey, Nikki. That's okay. This is a lurking stream. The world underneath is meant to be a bit of a reading corner, some lore yapping, things of that nature. So this is a very chill stream for us. If you need mother's dulcet tones soothing you into a state of relaxation so you can do that task that you've been putting off and you know you should have been doing, but it gives you no dopamine, now is the time, children. Now is the time to fold that laundry. Now is the time to do those dishes. Now is the time to edit those videos. Do your homework. Wait for your parents. Whatever it is, Mother is here. allow my voice to soothe you into a state of relaxation. If you need a nap, now is the time. Just don't leave the stream. Welcome to Mother's ASMR, where I read stories from the world underneath. Need like a scratching thing or something. So, full transparency, I have read stories 16, 17, 19, 18, and 19 before. We will, hello Davina. We will be hitting the Mother Has Not Read, starting at story 20. So once we hit there, you're going to be we will be getting into my fresh reactions, my conspiracy theories, my brain percolating with new information, and we'll see what I pull out from those. As always, my darlings, Streamloots is available. Feel free to play a card should you desire. Elsewise, this is very much a chillax and relax. For my Twitch children, you know the drill. We've got Gremlin available. He is level 22. We are on the hunt to get him up. At least till Pi, because Pi is like level 24 children, and I think we can get Gremlin there. I believe in us. Also, we're still on the hunt for Milkshake, which is the daily special. You can either spend channel points or use the extension to interact with Gremlin. Also, the Unicat Cafe is up, so for all my lushes here today, you may digitally order your men. The Colonel's orders, the Snowman, the Silverwing, the usual suspects. If you're hungry, there's always the Screaming Internally salad is available. And then, of course, there's sound alerts. Feel free to play sounds, play conspiracy theory notes. Do you, boo. We are here to have fun, relax, and de-stress. That is the order of the day. So, with that, gentle reminder to have a snack, have a drink, roll your shoulders, bring those shoulders down for mama, and check your jaw. If you're clenching, now is the time to declench. Relax, my children. Let that cortisol flow away from you. And let us begin with story 16, Utopian Roamer. Chapter 1. Scientific Observation Log. Excavation site, Northern Forest of Linkon City. Recorder, Shaylin. Survey date, redacted, 2034. Weather, clear. Evacuation process and key findings. Major discovery! Bye, Ibo. Tell your mom I said hi. Major discovery. This record may serve as crucial reference material. If I ultimately fail to escape from here, I implore whoever finds this journal to deliver it to the Evol Special Task Force. Assistance note. The date entry is illegible due to water damage. The notebook primarily contains cursive writing and shorthand symbols, suggesting Professor Shaylin recorded these notes in haste. After careful analysis, I've compiled the following summary of the journal's contents. Wanderer report, 3 p.m., Northern Forest of Linkon City, high risk level, animal type wanderer, cheetah-like. Observation log. I am currently in a space beyond ordinary human comprehension. Described as follows. Number 1. Ruins of what appears to be an unknown civilization's remains. 2. Tree branches growing wild through rock crevices. 3, an unidentified celestial body hovering in the near sky, seemingly within reach, like a massive moon. Notes. During combat, just as I was about to deliver the final blow to the Wanderer, it vanished into a crack that appeared out of nowhere. My forward momentum carried me through, and a mysterious gravity vortex pulled me into the massive fissure. After the intense vertigo subsided, a mysterious alternate dimension materialized before my eyes. For a moment, I thought I was hallucinating, or had crossed into the afterlife, or perhaps even jumped to some unknown timeline. But before I could process these thoughts, the Wanderer suddenly disappeared behind me with a deafening roar. It doesn't matter what this place was, I had to eliminate it immediately. Fortunately, my evol remained functional in this alternate space. Using what was at hand, I grabbed stones from the ground and hurled them with all my might. Under the successive impacts, its body gradually transformed into particles, rapidly dissipating into the air. Assistance note. Professor Shaylin's evol involves physical enhancement, allowing instantaneous amplification of her strength. She is one of the rare archaeologists in Linkon academic communities capable of conducting solo missions. In the real world, Wanderers always escape through rifts just before defeat, reappearing seconds later as if immortal, but this time it seemed to truly vanish. Did I finally eliminate it? Unfortunately, I had no time for further exploration of the alternate space. Almost immediately after the Wanderer's complete defeat, the rift pulled me back to the real world, right to the same forest where I had lost consciousness. What exactly was all this? Outstanding questions. 1. How does the alternate space manifest spontaneously? 2. Its relationship with the Wanderers. 3. Why does physical time there synchronize with real-world time? 4. What serves as the key for free access to this space? 5. Can the alternate space be utilized for permanent Wanderer elimination? Chapter 2. New Theory. Excavation Site, Polar Glacier, number 4. Record, Shaylin. Survey date, unknown month, but the 1st, the year 2034. Weather, overcast. Excavation process and key findings. Wanderer report, 3 a.m., Ice Valley between Polar Mountain Ranges, extreme risk level. Humanoid-type Wanderer, non-sentient? As anticipated, the alternate space appeared again. Mission objectives. The primary mission is to explore the geographical environment of the alternate space. To this end, I've brought protofield monitors, hazardous lifeform detectors, and essential survival supplies to investigate the human viability in this space. Based on previous experience, the alternate space will close after the Wanderer's complete dissipation, and the rift will return to outsiders to the real world. This humanoid-type Wanderer appears in the mountain depths. The immediate priority is to avoid it and maximize exploration opportunities. Assistance note. The handwriting in this entry is notably steady, suggesting Professor Shaylin wrote this in relatively secure conditions. Breakthrough discovery. Everything in the alternate space exists as physical matter, not an illusion. I tested this by drinking from a mountain spring and sampling wild fruit from the trees. Remarkably, both proved consumable. The resulting sensation of satiation is undeniably real. Assistance note. Water damage has destroyed parts of this page. Only portions of the notes remain legible. I've developed a new hypothesis. Field experience indicates that the physical dimensions of explored alternate spaces correlate with the different species and specifications of wanderers. This humanoid-type wanderer proves far more dangerous than the previous animal type, and its escape route led to an alternate space vastly larger than any I've studied before. I believe there exists a positive correlation between the size of planetary protofield spaces and the wanderer's power levels. To gather supporting data, I've used my equipment to record comprehensive measurements of the entire geographical environment. Notes. I carry this work journal everywhere, sometimes treating it more like a personal diary. Should any colleagues accidentally stumble upon my occasional ramblings, please exercise selective oversight. For instance, as I write this final entry, I'm sitting alone in a clearing of the ice valley below the mountain's main peak. The frigid mountain winds strike my face, bringing unprecedented clarity to my thoughts. I can't help but contemplate some mystifying questions. If wanderers can escape into protofields, could it be that their victims aren't truly dead, but have escaped to some place we have yet to discover? Perhaps one day I'll find them. Outstanding issues. Must initiate new research expedition immediately. Can't wait any longer. Assistance note. The notes end here. According to existing documentation, Professor Shaylin reached the following conclusion in her subsequent research report. Wanderers in reality escape to an alternate space when near defeat. Pursuers can follow through these rifts to eliminate them permanently. As the first discoverer, Professor Shaylin termed this alternate space protofield. End of chapter 2. Now, fun thing, when I first read this, hey King, when I first read this story, and we had the quote-unquote non-sentient humanoid type wanderers, I initially was curious on whether the Alterum were able to go into protofields like this. Because as we remember, Alterum are synthetic wanderers, man-made, by the fountain of Atay. Lord, y'all, Nikki harassed me last night. Getting me to pronounce Italian. We had a giggle over it. I did my best, children. I do my best to pronounce things. It just, my brain just does not. I'm like, does the intonation go here? Or does it go there? Yes. Fafale. She doesn't understand why I can say orchetti, but I have a problem with fafale. I do my best. Hi, Laquan. She also says I make them sound like magic spells gone wrong, and she wants to take my emote where I'm holding up a cross and have in the back, misery noblesse. I have a lot of fun. But yes, I do, I did initially think Alterum, and I was curious. Davina says hi, YouTube, and also hi, Laquan. I'm wondering what the limitations are for Alterum. Do they fully function as, what would we refer this to? Organic free-range wanderers, the naturally occurring wanderers? How do we classify these? Or because they have that control mechanism that we've seen where Benjamin, cursed be his name, and others with Ever are able to control them. Because Sutherland was also able to control the Wanderers to a degree. Um, but given that this seems to be more of a historical record, this seems to be occurring. We're reading the journal of someone who coined the term protofield, which is now in use. Benedict, that's right, Benedict. Not Benjamin, Benedict. So this story is giving us prologue to a degree. This is background world building is what this is focused on. The first person to discover protofields, how they function in that manner. So the humanoid wanderer type is not in fact an alterum. Most likely, I'm assuming a knave of some sort that she's running into. But it is interesting seeing how kudos to her, just wandering in. It's what I love about humans. This could kill me. Let's explore it. Humans have some of the worst survival instincts you have ever seen. I swear to God. Are we at the base of a volcano? Let's build here. Is this an earthquake fault line? I think we should put major infrastructure right over it. Seems like a good idea. Floodplain, suburban neighborhood. Like, bless our species, but damn. We gotta work on that, kids. All right, chapter 3, Chaos and Rebirth. Excavation site, protofield number 1012. Recorder, Shaylin. Survey date, unknown month, possibly the 6th, but could be the 16th or the 26th of 2030 something. The weather is cloudy. Oh, Blaze, I also am horrible at kitty cards. Nikki is amazing at them. I just hit a space in my head where I'm like, the kitty goes into the colored teapot that it matches. Have no strategy whatsoever, and usually I freak out the algorithm enough either to take pity on me or just magically win. It's great. Assistance note. The date entry shows signs of modification. Upon examination, it appears to be the date of the Chrono Rift catastrophe. The handwriting is extremely erratic, suggesting Professor Shaylin wrote this in a highly disoriented state, possibly causing temporal confusion. Excavation processing key findings. Wanderer report, 1 p.m., desert region. Possible intelligentsia? Intelligentsia. Yeah, in this instance, the T would turn into the... Yep, I'm good. Possible intelligentsia type wanderer detected, unconfirmed. Observation log. New protofield discovered with the following characteristics. Number 1. Habitable climate with abundant geological resources. 2. Infrastructure remarkably similar to real-world settlements. 3. Vast expanse expanding beyond visible limits, suggesting massive spatial dimensions. 4. Signs of previous habitation, evidence of past occupancy. Assistance notes. Multiple black lines were drawn under the 4th observation point for emphasis. This suggests Professor Shaylin was experiencing significant emotional turmoil at the time. Experimental plan. I've decided to conduct a new experiment within the protofield. Previously explored protofields would automatically close after a certain period following a wanderer's elimination. Like some predetermined system protocol, with the rift forcibly returning any entrants to reality, but this time I've waited an entire day without being expelled. This place must be special. Even now, I maintain my belief that those who appear to be killed by wanderers might still be alive, waiting eternally to be found in some protofield. Assistance note. The experiment purpose section has been torn out cleanly, with even 4 lines suggesting deliberate removal by Professor Shaylin rather than external damage. Experimental log. Experiment duration 1 month. Brought supplies, barely sustained basic needs. During this period, I actually took up residence in Protofield number 1012. More specifically, I established a campsite using portable tent and began living here. Using primitive resources available in the space, such as stones and fallen timber, I managed to create fires for cooking, maintaining basic living conditions. The research equipment was extremely heavy, but thanks to my evol, I could carry it for ongoing material analysis. The protofield's energy signatures differ completely from Earth's, showing striking similarities to Wanderer energy patterns instead. Could Wanderer interference be affecting my readings? Is this why I can't find them? I can't determine who left these signs of habitation. The experiment continues, but I'm running out of medication. The hallucinations have begun. Assistance notes. The next 2 paragraphs are nearly indecipherable, with words intertwined like a mixture of drawings and code. Initial analysis suggests 1 line reads, "Science can resurrect the dead." However, this requires verification from the handwriting experts. The writing becomes progressively clearer afterwards, suggesting Professor Shaylin regained lucidity. I dreamed of Chadwick and Queenie again. They've refused to visit my dreams for so long. Perhaps they're still angry I couldn't get home earlier that day. They were just as they always were. Chadwick cooking in the kitchen, Queenie doing her math homework in the living room. She should be learning multiplication and division now. It was supposed to be my turn to pick Queenie up from school that day, but work needed overtime and I couldn't make it. That senseless catastrophe destroyed everyone's lives. Linkon City's transportation system had completely collapsed. I rushed back as fast as I could, but they were gone. The neighbors told me they vanished along with the wanderers. I searched for so long, but they never found them. But now, there's hope. Outstanding issues. This attempt has failed as well, but I won't give up. Assistance note. The following page has been torn out, suggesting additional unfinished content. However, according to information provided by the Institute, Professor Shaylin was ultimately returned to reality by the Rift. Because what's a good science journal without a little personal angst? I love that the daughter's name is Queenie. I wonder if that's a nickname. Chapter 4, Beyond Solution. Excavation site, Linkon City streets. Recorder, Shaylin. Survey date, unknown month, the first day, 2036. Weather, clear. Excavation process and key findings. After the last research expedition, my condition deteriorated. For a long time, I lacked the strength to embark on new journeys. Years of intensive work had finally taken their toll, leaving me weaker than ever before. Hi, May. After discovering my regular medication use, the Institute suggested I take a leave of absence. I accepted everything. Sorry, quick sip of water. Gradually, even the medication stopped helping me sleep, and my lucid moments grew rare. I spent most days in a fog. The Institute has given up on me, and so has my intellect. I have nothing left. Yet I still believe in what I believe. I'm just waiting for the right moment. Assistant's note. Professor Shaylin's tone shifts notably in the latter half of this entry. Perhaps she was hoping someone would discover this journal. I will faithfully document all her explorations. When my consciousness grows hazy, I often treat this work journal as a diary, leaving behind scattered, incoherent sentences. Once, upon waking, I found I had filled an entire title page with the same sentence. That night, I had apparently written the same question over and over. Has science abandoned me too? I thought this question would remain forever unanswered, yet the response came surprisingly soon. What I'm about to tell you might sound like drunken ramblings, but please believe me, I'm more lucid now than I have ever been. Last night, walking home alone, my strength failed me. Dizzy and disoriented, I had to rest on the street bench. My arm began to itch, and upon closer inspection, I found a wanderer the length of my index finger. It was as small as a beetle, utterly unthreatening. At first, I dismissed it, casually brushing it aside, but as it fled in panic, a rift hidden behind it materialized before my eyes. It was actually a wanderer. I could hardly believe what I was seeing. Just like my first time entering a proto-field, I stared, transfixed, extending my index finger toward the fist-sized vortex of chaotic energy. This seed-sized wanderer opened a true doorway for me, and as I was pulled into the proto-field, I found myself instantly transported to the infinite cosmos. All of existence dwelled within that tiny rift, like glimpsing an ocean within a single droplet of water. Before I could process it all, I felt a gentle touch on the back of my hand. When I turned around, there was Chadwick, unchanged, as if time had frozen around him. Let's go. Queenie got out of school early today. She's waiting for us at home, I heard him say with a smile. Outstanding issue. Now we can return to the universe together. I'm sorry I kept you waiting for so long. Assistant's note. Here, Professor Shaylin's work journal ends abruptly with her personal effects found abandoned on a remote mountainside. Too many questions remain unanswered. For instance, if these events truly occurred, Professor Shaylin should now be residing in the mysterious protofield she described, so when did she write this entry? If this was merely a delusion brought on by her discontinued medication, then no one can explain how her backpack traveled overnight from the streets of Linkon City to mountains hundreds of miles away, nor where she herself has gone. From that day forward, no one has ever seen her again. Appendix from Professor Shaylin's assistant. Personal profile Professor Shaylin. Shaylin, 1997 to 2036. Research Fellow at the Linkon Archaeology Society, 2019 to 2034. She joined the Deepspace Academy in 2034, where she introduced the groundbreaking academic concept of protofields. That same year, she joined the Linkon Academy of Sciences and continued her field research on protofields. Mysteriously disappeared in early 2036 without a trace. The Deep Space Academy has awarded Professor Shaylin its Lifetime Achievement Honor Award. We will never forget her contributions, and may she reunite with her family among the stars. So, here endeth Story 16, Utopian Roamer. Yay! Gremlin leveled up. So here's the fun question. from a writing perspective, they've laid enough groundwork to give you the concept of an unreliable narrator. She's offered medication. She admits to hallucinations. Also, she's the first time explorer and person to experience protofields, meaning she is exposing herself to a lot of metaflux energy and protocore energy. Now we know overexposure to protocore energy and metaflux energy like this can lead to protocore syndrome, wherein you see deterioration within individuals. So this story asks you a question. Do you believe that she hallucinated the whole thing at the end with her husband and child? Or do you think she actually found a pocket where everyone who disappeared during the Chrono Rift catastrophe plus subsequent Wanderer attacks exists in some time bubble? Like, how do we say? How many of y'all have ever seen Supernatural? Out of curiosity? Like, throw up a hand icon in the chat. In YouTube or Twitch. All right, King has watched Supernatural. YouTube folks, have any of you seen Supernatural? Mel, welcome to the stream. May somewhat, Frost has, Mad Kitty has, Laquan has. Okay, so for those of you who've seen Supernatural and made it to the end, for those of you who have seen Supernatural and have not made it all the way to the end, hi Joe. Those of you who have no idea what I'm talking about, heaven is described in Supernatural world building as not a singular space. It is not a singular heaven in which we all chillax together. It is an infinite number of pocket heavens. Each person who dies creates their own heaven. Davina raises her tentacle. So, are these proto fields all shared together? Are they individual proto fields where there is no connection? She's described enough of the individual elements where it's, is she in different proto fields? Is she in different regions of the same proto field? If the dead or the missing exist on the other side, he was talking about his daughter being, home early from school. Are there individual pockets or dimensions being created on this other side by humans? In a sort of, almost in a way like the Fade, to bring in another example, world building. Dragon Age has the Fade, and the Fade is the world of dreams that is created and powered by, it's when you go dreaming, you go into the Fade, and each person's dream and or nightmare is its own individual thing separated out. That's an interesting theory. So Night of the Living Cookie puts forth the concept that if wanderers can be as intelligent as humans, she was clearly lured away as prey, caused her grief made her vulnerable. That is absolutely an excellent theory. Yes, because that's what happens with Kevin. Excellent point. Yes, a pocket within a pocket. I'm really curious about these proto fields and their functionality and how they work. Yes, it did with his mom. If there's an infinite number of proto fields, what what is this last proto field she discovered? Because remember, the journal also, in terms of if we believe this isn't a hallucination, okay? If we believe that this is if we believe these things are actually happening and not a result of her going off of whatever medication for whatever reason, then what is this last cosmos that she's describing? Because it almost sounds like the cosmos that we get to see in the main story with MC. Because whenever she, towards the end of Death and Rebirth and To Our Yesterday, where we have her, something causes her to phase out of her body and go on this cosmic adventure. It's always a singular large cosmos where everything is connected, all of time, all of space. So did she find that same cosmic dimension in the end that the MC has found? Or is it something else? Oh, Joe says, when going over the most recent main story, I couldn't help but wonder if this story and Whale Falls City are connected in some way. Yes, because then there's also that. Where did the sea god put Whale Falls City? Apparently, Rafayel, as the sea god, has the power to open up pockets, dimensional pockets. Is that what proto-fields are? Was it that, because we also know that Lemuria was much, much, much more advanced technologically speaking than humans, because we saw with Raphael's storyline in To Our Yesterday, the implications that Ever's technology is based on stolen Lemurian technology that they found at the Acropolis. And also being fed by backtrackers, because they had Soren. So Lemuria is much further ahead, was much further ahead than human society. So protocore energy exists. Protocore energy is on deck. So did he manipulate Metaflux energy and protocore energy to seal Whale Falls City into its own proto field, a little pocket dimension, like the ones that Shaylin has found? Because she was in the city, it looks like, but her backpack is found in the mountains, which also begs the question, when proto fields are doing their thing, they're connecting to points. So can the proto fields act like gateways in a way? How people cross time and space or explain teleportation in a way. So is it that she was in the city, went into a proto field, and the proto field, because it was so large, when it spat out her stuff, just spat it out in a different place? Like, I can make an argument in either direction that this is this journal could have been out of a different place. There's also a lot of damage to the journal that he's reviewing. She's clearly ripping pages out and editing things. She's off her meds. Like, I can make the unreliable narrator argument, but I can also argue I don't think she's unreliable. And that opens up a whole different can of worms when, if that's true, if you believe she's not unreliable and she is a reliable narrator, then she found the dead. So that begs the, well, quote unquote dead. So that begs the question, were they dead? Were they real? Or, as it has been posited in both the YouTube and I see on Twitch a little bit, could it have been another wanderer with psychic influence and she just got consumed? Chomp chomp. Here endeth our poor Shaylin. Yeah, Mad Kitty, doing a Loki with the Tesseract. That's actually really good. a really good comparison. Like, I love how this singular little story expands the world building. It's a little innocuous story. It's not even about any of the love interests. It's not about any of the NPCs. It's a random journal. But it gives us context, gives us visual space, gives us an understanding of how science has evolved and the discovery of the proto field and things of that nature. Hi, Ditch. But it also opens up a lot of questions. It looks like it answers questions, but it creates more. And I think that's an excellent addition into the space. Yes, it's the start. It's if we consider proto-field space like the folding of time and space, and like a ley line, almost like think of it like a warp tunnel or something of the like. To bring in anime, do you remember how they traveled in Cowboy Bebop? You had the gates and you'd like get on the highway and it goes whoosh, and it would make it faster, so you didn't age to 1,000 years by the time you made it to the next planet. That kind of thing. If we treat the proto fields as this kind of ability, like this infinite folding of space and time, where you could cross distances by crossing the proto field if you knew how to control it, then that brings up a whole lot of implication, especially for wanderers. Perhaps, I mean, a predator is a predator, Mel. So Mel puts forth so do wanderers consume people trying to get back something they feel they are missing? I think that in this instance, if we believe it was a wanderer in the end, trying to seduce her away and giving her a hallucination, I think it's no different than, say, Still Wakes the Deep and the monster in Still Wakes the Deep. Was that monster sentient when it made people hallucinate friends, family, or whatnot? I don't know. It could have just very existence. Oh, thank you for the cheer. It could have just been hallucinating. It just could cause hallucinations by its very existence. Weird. I just lost sound. That's so interesting. Thankfully this isn't one of those things where I really need sound to hear, but I can't hear alerts or anything, so my apologies. I don't know why. Anyway, carrying on. But yes, so it reminds me of that one Subnautica creature that lures you in. Yeah. Very much so. Very much so. Quick question, can you all still hear the game? Like, it's fine if I can't hear anything. I'm just reading today, so it's not like I'm listening to a myth or something. But I just want to make sure that y'all can still, like, hear the soothing music and stuff of that nature. That it's not just me. Okay, y'all can still hear me? Possibly? Okay. Cool. I can be deaf. It's fine. One day I will have a stream that doesn't have random technical difficulties for unknown reasons. Today is not that day. Anyway. You know how we have the cute mascot wanderers who feed off of things like heartbreak and greed? It's like a predator version of that. Yeah, I mean, it could legitimately... Bye, Ditch. Well, Ditch is lurking. She's not bye-bye, but, you know, thank you for lurking. Yes, we have those. We have Heartbreaker, we have Mr. Beanie, we have all of those. So it could be one of those. It could be one of those types of wanderers feasting on her. So it just depends on how angsty you want to make the end of this story at the end of the day. Do you want to believe that she reunited and genuinely found her family, and there's pockets out there like that, which has a whole lot of implications? Or do you want to think that a wanderer was like, hey, homie, you look tasty. Chomp. I will leave that to y'all to decide. Because I think that is very much open to interpretation and your viewpoint. Yeah, the luring in the part reminds me of the forest that needs to consume people with Xavier's plot. Okay, so let us carry on to the next story. So we have chapter 17, Linkon, story 17, Linkon Online. Everybody should take a moment to hydrate. And we should have probably, before we continue, let us shake it out and stretch ourselves for a second. Let's have a little Squirtle Sax as a tester. Boop. Okay, next story. Let's do this. Now that I've had a sip of water, my throat is lubricated. Chapter 1, Optimization Log. Optimization Notice. Dear Linkon citizens, to enhance the gaming experience for all citizens, Linkon City Hall is committed to optimizing Linkon Online. We wish you a happy life in Linkon City. Optimization details. Version 1.4.2 update. Number 1, added the new interaction, just one taste, during cooking. 2, optimize the Hunter combat system. For greater immersion, we removed the HP bar above Wanderers and stopped showing damage as numbers. 3, add a new daily interaction. When opening the packages, citizens may now find bubble wrap, which can be used with the pinch interaction, because we all have to absolutely pop our bubble wrap, kids. Don't ever... Am I the only one who does it? Like, there's something so soothing about bubble wrap and just popping the hell out of it. I don't know why. Just pop, 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 pop. Oh, I used to get so excited as a kid. Anytime my mom had packages delivered, I was all over that bubble wrap. My dad and I occasionally would fight over it. Drove my mom nuts. Absolutely nuts. But it's compulsory. I can't not do it. As soon as bubble wrap enters my vicinity, it must be popped. We cannot leave it unpopped. It's just, that is a waste of good bubble wrap. I don't think it's the type of ASMR that'll send people to sleep, but there's just, and I think it's more of the action than the sound, but there's just like, you lose yourself. It's the cheapest, best fidget toy I have ever found. More than typers, spinners, or anything like that. Give me bubble wrap and I will emotionally regulate so fast, it's not even funny. Kara, hey. Continuing on. Version 1.3.1 update. 1. Fixed an issue where characters couldn't use their phones while using restroom. That's critical, because if we're not using a phone while we're on the potty, what are we actually doing in the potty, kids? If we can't doom scroll, what are we doing with our lives in the bathroom? 2. Fixed the elevator interaction logic. When the overloaded alarm sounds, stepping out and then back in now has a chance to let you use it successfully. 3. Optimize the stock market system. Citizens can no longer preview 15 days of price changes before buying. Investment carries risk. Proceed with caution. Version 1.2.0 update. 1. Fixed an issue where tongues wouldn't stick to poles in winter. Was that really critical in game development? Also, now I just hear Alistair from Dragon Age. Have you ever licked a lamppost in winter? The worst flirt in the entire world. Oh my god. It's just not okay. Like, the first time he said that line, I was like, I'm sorry, what? Of course Alistair would get his tongue stuck to a lamppost in winter. Now, using the lick metal pole action below, -5 degrees Celsius, may cause your tongue to be stuck. I'm glad that they added the lick metal pole. Be specific about what we're licking, children. You can't just lick all the things. Number 2, added a new personal hygiene system. Interaction, wash bangs only. Oh, bangs are such a bitch to style. I can't even imagine having to deal with that in my virtual avatar. Chapter 2, Virtuality. Linkon City, 1 hour, 35 minutes, 29 seconds p.m. Very specific. When Sawyer wakes up, his head feels heavy and fuzzy. You're finally awake? What is that? Is it a mark or a wrinkle on your forehead? In the adjacent cubicle, Aubrey, who also seems to have dozed off, sets a pair of thick glasses on his nose and gently kicks Sawyer's calf. Our lunch break is over. Time to get back to testing. Got it. Sawyer rubs the spot on his forehead that has a faint line and sighs. More testing. For the past few years, whenever he went home for Linkon New Year's, His relatives would casually brush off his countless quality assurance sessions and feedback reports as simply playing games and writing some reviews. Because family is the worst. During the first couple of years, he tried to explain that he was a QA specialist, not a gamer, and that his work was hardly for fun. Instead, he must identify potential problems like lag, crashes, or clunky controls. These are crucial issues that could make or break a game. No one listened, of course. By the third year, he prepared a perfect script to counter all the misunderstandings in a self-deprecating way before he went home. Yeah, that's me. I'm just a guy who plays games all day. Sure, writing feedback is pointless. Anyone can do it. But no one caught his sarcastic tone or noticed that he had given up on trying. Sawyer, when is your company putting out a new game? Yeah, your nephew is still playing Adventure Above Clouds from last year. Can you just load some in-game currency into his account? Adventure Above... Oh, a new title. He suddenly felt defeated before he had even begun talking. I'm on the team for our upcoming game, Linkon Online. It'll be officially released this year. So which is better, the clouds or that Linkon whatever your company is making? For a moment, Sawyer feels like he's dealing with a reporter who set up a trap and he's been forced into a role of Planet Labs spokesperson. These two games are in different genres in terms of gameplay, so you really can't compare them. He scratches his head. Then he can't help himself and adds, but since I'm involved in making Linkon Online, I feel more attached to it, so... What do you do? Fight monsters or something? How much do you have to pay to reach the level cap? Sawyer's jaw drops. Then he's quiet. He cradles his rice bowl and turns away to focus on eating. There's an NDA, one word and I'm fired. Ugh, I never want to do QA for a video game ever again. This complaint yanks Sawyer back to reality. He removes his hologram headset and agrees. Yeah, I'm sick of testing the hunter profession too. What's wrong with being a hunter? Taking down wanderers is cool and exciting. I'd love to do it. I mean, my girlfriend is a hunter. Once the second beta test starts, maybe I can invite her to see what needs tweaking. Sawyer is at a loss. I thought about it too, but the downside to a fully immersive holographic game is that it feels too real. There wasn't a heroic hunter jumping in to save me when a wanderer charged at me for the first time. I was scared and just fell on my knees, and then realized I was the hunter. You can't turn off the hepatic feedback when playing as a hunter? Those hits hurt like hell. Sawyer slumps back in his chair and shakes his head. I've been working inside this game for 2 weeks straight. Aubrey nods sympathetically. We really should swap professions. My girlfriend is amazing at fighting wanderers. She even taught me a few moves. Aubrey slowly reaches out and brushes Sawyer's hair out of the way a couple of times. A chill races through Sawyer's body as he rolls his chair back 3 meters. Why is that sentence difficult for me? Lord. Let's try it again. Aubrey slowly reaches out and brushes Sawyer's hair out of the way a couple of times. A chill races through Sawyer's body as he rolls his chair back 3 meters. What are you doing? Oh, I was just testing to see if I'd clip through you. Aubrey snaps out of it and pulls back his hand. Thank goodness there are still bugs in the game world. Without them, I wouldn't know where I am. Keep your voice down. Don't let the programmers or artists hear you praising bugs. Sawyer slowly returns to his desk. The game has quest windows and dialogue boxes and stuff. Reality doesn't have any of that, so how would you get confused? Promise not to think I'm crazy, okay? Right now, I see quest windows in this world. Aubrey's expression is earnest and tinged with urgency. His eyes gleam behind those thick lenses. Sawyer's mind races. He can't decide whether to urge Aubrey to take a long break or to visit a therapist. Before he can figure out what to say, a wide grin appears on Aubrey's face. Man, you thought I was serious? Aubrey looks a little too excited and gives Sawyer's shoulder a strong slap. Then he lowers his voice. I'll prank our team leader with this later. Do you think she'll swap our tasks? Linkon Online. 10 hours, 27 minutes, 42 seconds in the morning. In the upper left, a beam of particles carves out a floating panel. Shimmering cyan patterns form a semi-transparent grid. Tiny glowing dots flicker and transform into text as each piece of information appears. New status. Interview successful. Congratulations. Sawyer has joined the Planet Labs game studio. Please head to the company for orientation. Quest update. Complete orientation training. Read company guidelines. After putting the email back into the inbox at the top left corner, the chibi character labeled QA Sawyer walks into the orientation meeting room with an armful of documents. Presenter, labeled Team Leader, has two thick, glossy braids that project confidence and energy. Please share your career aspirations. A dialogue box pops up above the team leader's head. This classic prompt is meant to fire up the passion of Planet Lab's new hires. As the microphone hovers near Sawyer's lips, he raises his right arm and clenches his fist. I want to create a game that will shake the universe. The text above his head is 1.5 times larger than the team leader's and trembles with excitement. Linkon City, 11:07:34 seconds AM. I want to create a game that will shake the universe. As Sawyer guides his in-game character to say these words, he also hears an echo from the time he first joined Planet Lab. His own youthful, slightly unsure voice overlaps with the game's system voice, distorted by electronic filters. It resounds in his mind. Ever since then, Sawyer began his journey of working inside the game. After swapping duties with Aubrey and jumping into cross-roll testing, he soon submits his first round of feedback reports. For him, testing as a QA specialist is easier than testing other roles. Inside the game, all he has to do is get up like he normally does, take the 30-minute subway ride, grab a life-saving iced Americano downstairs, clock in, and sit down at his workstation for the day. During this process, the only things that break his immersion are the bugs or areas that need improvement. After all, in a fully immersive holographic game, the ultimate goal is to make players forget they're in a game. Once he submits a few feedback reports, he notices the viral world grows more convincing. When he hides the quest panel in the corner, everything feels so familiar that it's almost unsettling. QA Sawyer joins the Linkon Online development team, and the colleague in the next cubicle is still QA Aubrey. Even the office layout and the old computer he once used remain unchanged. So this is what Aubrey meant by exactly the same thing as real life. Personally, I find this trippy to create a world that realistic. I mean, there's precedent for it. I mean, we see this with Sword Art Online and other anime and manga and a few stories that exist, where we see the idea being played with about virtual versus reality and how to get lost within it. I think what would be good? Altered Carbon. I think this makes me think of Altered Carbon, and I'll tell you why. One of the things about Altered Carbon that I find so fascinating is because technology has advanced so far and so fast, where we can download personalities onto discs so that if the body is destroyed, it's fine because we could just take the personality disc and shove it in a new body, which completely rewrites the concept of murder, of death, of these things that used to haunt us, and almost provide a sort of immortality. With this kind of world system and building, it would just be, yeah, Mad Kitty. I mean, there's a reason why there's this exploration about it. The loss of consequence, the reset, the restart, losing the page essentially between what is reality and what is virtual space. We see these kinds of things pop up with, say, AI and the discussions that we have about AI psychosis. The human brain is really susceptible with its pattern recognition, with its adaptability features for survival. It will normalize anything given enough time. And that's the scary thing about the human brain. Because the brain just wants to live. So it'll take the most outrageous thing that you can do and normalize it over time just so it can function. If you keep someone locked in a virtual space, eventually it becomes real. It feels real. It's like, you know, we create parasocial relationships. We do all these things. The brain is a giant sponge, really. It's like an innocent child we have to protect because it'll believe anything given enough time and space. Like you tell the old saying, you tell a lie enough times, it barely becomes the truth. Yes, in Altered Carbon, Laquan, in the show, it was on Netflix. In Altered Carbon, they were able, the technology was at a place where they could just download you, everything that you are, your thoughts, your memories, your feelings, all of it, onto a disc. And so you had bodies, just, you know, android bodies, I guess, and they would plug you in. And if you got hit by a car or something, and the disc didn't get destroyed. That was the only time they actually, then it was like, oh, death, because you destroyed the disc. But yes, I haven't actually played Nier Automata yet, but I've heard some things about that storyline. Also, I've heard it's a very angsty, tragic game. It touches on that. Have you, so you've played Nier Automata, May, yeah? What did you think of it? Because I'm curious. Ghost in the Shell is another. Well, Ghost in the Shell, yes. And then, you know, the line between... Then you start diving into like organic versus synthetic, AI as a sentient creature, a true AI, not the AI that we have right now, which really isn't AI. It's large language learning models. But like AI, data AI, like from Star Trek, Really? Nier is literally just fallen cosmos? Oh. Hi, Art. Welcome to the stream. By the way, if that link to the Discord doesn't work, feel free to try this one. Here, I'll put it in the chat. Some people have been having some trouble with the Discord link. I need to review it and figure out what's going on. I enjoyed it. So it's hurt comfort, but heavy on the hurt with a little bit of comfort towards the end. In terms of like a bittersweet, hopeful ending. Okay, yeah, that sounds like it's philosophical, dealing with humanity. Oh yes, then that's definitely gonna get into some angst territory. Yeah, so this would be weird to me because my brain is very adaptable. Like, you put me in a virtual system that made everything look exactly like it does every day, my brain would adapt to it so damn fast, it'd be frightening. I would literally unplug and be like, touch someone's cheek to be like, are you real? Are you there? Start questioning your own reality. You don't know if you're awake or if you're asleep. Are you plugged in? Are you not? They should be taking more breaks. If they're going to be doing this type of stuff. Anyway, okay. Chapter 3. Red pill or blue pill? Exactly, Night of Living Cookie. Exactly. Will you take the red pill or will you take the blue pill? Will you go back into the Matrix or will you see beyond and accept reality for what it is and all its harshness? Okay. I love the title of this chapter, The Noodle Revolution. Chapter 3, The Noodle Revolution. Linkon City, 2:46 a.m. By the time he submits his new round of feedback reports, it's already morning. Early morning, to be exact. The office hums only with the central air conditioning and the sporadic typing of a few colleagues doing overtime. Sawyer nudges Aubrey, who's still wearing sensors and engrossed in fighting wanderers. It's almost 3 in the morning. Quit hunting and go home. Aubrey hesitates for a moment, the hologram gear still on his head. He's clearly not happy about being disturbed. What's there to worry about? I'm a hunter now. You're the one who should be careful. I heard there's lots of wanderers lurking in the shadows tonight. You're not really a hunter, though, Sawyer teases. But my girlfriend is. She said she'll pick me up, so I'm safe. Around the corner, downstairs, a streetlight bathes the area in warm glow. A sweetness drifts on the breeze. In the distance, a hunched figure slightly straightens their posture and hesitates. Moments later, the sizzle of heated peanut oil crackles through the air. White steam rises gently under the warm light. When Sawyer approaches, the vendor is scraping the grilled cold noodles up with a small metal spatula and packing them into a yellow paper bowl. Working late again, dear? The vendor's smile carves lines into her already well-worn face. Here you go. Egg and sausage, no cilantro, and green onions. Thanks! Oh my god, Cookie, really. Noodle Revolution equals alternate title for lingering lust. He takes the bowl and starts walking away. He then seems to recall something and returns after a few steps. Ma'am, I heard there are a lot of wanderers around now. It's not safe to be out at night. You should go home soon. He watches her push the cart into the distance and feels a little more at ease. He's been a regular at this little stall for a long time now. For 2 years and 3 months, but he buys noodles here whenever he leaves work and at these ungodly hours. This is his quiet way of thanking the vendor. In a way, the major version update of Linkon Online owes something to that noodle vendor. Back then, Sawyer had only been on the development team for 6 months. He tested all sorts of playable roles. The game's career system had a lot of depth, but he never expected that after being a university's president for 1 week, he would become a noodle vendor right after. At first, he frequented the stall partly to observe the old woman in secret while she worked. He would imagine the in-game scenario. Customer A is placing order. Egg times 2, sausage times 1, cilantro times 0, green onion times 0. Noodles are being prepared. Add egg, add sausage. Cooking complete. Transaction complete. Money plus 8. The whole process was perfect. Just when he was feeling smug, the vendor lifted a paper bag from in front of him. Her voice is loud and clear. Dear, why are you staring off into space? 2 eggs and a sausage, no cilantro, and no green onion, right? Take it while it's hot. As she handed him the noodles, he mechanically scanned the QR code to pay and headed back to the office. He blows on the greasy paper bag. His imagined scenarios never happened. Customers don't need a rigid quest-like ordering process each time. The vendor remembers some regulars' preferences. He included this small observation in his feedback report without expecting it to spur a huge overhaul of Linkon Online. For more than 6 months, the entire development team had worked overtime to implement the dynamic quest system. From now on, NPC behavior no longer relies on player choice done in a single instance. Instead, it adapts to patterns and past inputs of the interaction. In this city, no one's words or actions feel mechanical anymore. Sometimes, even Sawyer forgets these people are just lines of code. Linkon City and Linkon Online changes dramatically. Countless people will live and die here, generation after generation, as they seek the universe's boundaries and the world's truth. In the end, they discover that at the edge of all existence lies a humble serving of noodles. Winter, hey! You made it! Oof. I am out of water, which means I need to go grab some more. So I leave you with a quick mini little dance party, although it's going to take me longer than 1 Squirtle Sax. But a free Squirtle Sax for all of you. Boop. And lo, I have returned. Oof. And now we have Chapter 4, The Old Tale. Linkon City, 12:57 p.m. Sawyer has nearly finished testing the game QA specialist profession. He feels as if he had gone through another intense development cycle with the Linkon Online team, but from inside the game. Tomorrow, he'll bid farewell to QA Sawyer and begin testing a new role. What's there to miss? It's exactly like your real life. Aubrey can't resist mocking him. I'm the one who should feel sentimental about the hunter profession. It's not exactly the same, Sawyer says. Testing other jobs always felt like stepping into someone else's life, but this This is more like exploring a parallel universe. Aubrey is silent for a moment. Then he pushes his glasses up and disagrees. I can't say I get it. Working inside a game is just weird to me. But what if we look at everyday life as it were in a game? Wouldn't that be fun? Sawyer stops typing and props his chin up on one hand. For example, maybe the events of 2034 are just the devs introducing a new season's content. They place wanderers into our world. Or maybe it's just a bug. Aubrey interrupts him and shakes his head. Seriously, when will they fix it? Maybe making wanderers vanish overnight would be suspicious, so they roll out hunters to cover up the bug fix. Wouldn't that keep us characters from getting suspicious? Hey, my girlfriend is not part of some cover story. But if this world really is a game, Sawyer ignores the protest. Think about it. Waking up is logging in, and sleeping is logging out. When the team leader gives me tasks, the upper left quest panel would mark testing as my main quest. When you ask me to pick up takeout, that's a side quest I can either accept or decline. Running into wanderers would be a random event. If I lose, my character dies and the data doesn't carry over. Quitting is like a character dying, or not. If people return after quitting, they're not really dying and reviving, right? Aubrey smacks his own forehead. That's like the heart restart technique Ever was studying with mice. Oh god, I just inhaled a gnat. Oh, I hate summer. Oh my god. Make sure to get your protein, kids. Oh, Jesus. Oh, that was weird. I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm mildly traumatized, but I'm okay. Legit free protein. Oh. Y'all. One day, these gnats will be gone. I don't know where they're coming. Well, I think they're coming from the plants, so I've got some stuff coming to put in the soil to help kill off fruit flies and gnat eggs, and hopefully that will solve the problem, because I've done stuff to the drains. It's been World War Gnat for like a week now, and I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind, and now I'm swallowing them as I inhale. Ugh. Ugh. Okay, I'm gonna take another sip of water on that. Well, moving right along. Can players transfer from other servers? How many servers exist anyway? How many more years can Earth's potato server run before it crashes? Maybe there's a secret admin account inserting GM commands directly into this world. Linkon City, 1:02 p.m. After submitting the final batch of feedback reports, Sawyers logs into the game again. Dr. J, I have Zevo. Like, I have to change the replacement filters on the Zevo pretty much every day at this point. Like, they're full. I change them, I go to bed, wake up, and I have to, like, change them again. It's just, I legitimately don't know where they're all coming from. And I don't know how they got in. Oh, ants are the worst. Mad Kitty, I love how you turned me into the old lady that swallowed the fly. But ants are the worst. But they're also, like, once you've got, like, a mint spray, you can work your way around ants. And the mint also works on spiders and mosquitoes. Where was I? My eyes are watering. After submitting the final batch of feedback reports, Sawyer logs into the game again. He and QA Sawyer are exhausted. For the last 3 months, he let his in-game character take a break. Wearing the hologram gear, he looks out the virtual floor-to-ceiling windows through the perspective of QA Sawyer. He knows the afternoon sunlight is just a rendered effect, yet he still feels slightly dazed. He analyzes the game's details again without thinking. There are the streetlights, traffic, and streams of people. They tested these countless times. Every subtle variation is random and realistic. Even the dust particles drifting through the air are slightly different each time. You can't help but imagine the day Linkon Online officially releases and how the entire gaming industry, the world, and even the universe itself will tremble. At that moment, millions of Linkon City citizens will pour into this brand new world and start living their lives here. And he, as one of the players, will stand among them, part of the vast tapestry. QA Sawyer slowly drifts off, and a series of Z's float above his head. Linkon City Online, 1:35 p.m. QA Sawyer finished lunch break, which triggered random nap effect, grogginess. QA Aubrey, you're finally awake? What is that? Is it a mark or wrinkle on your forehead? QA Aubrey, our lunch break is over. Time to get back to testing. QA Sawyer, got it. QA Aubrey, ugh. I never want to do QA for a video game ever again. QA Sawyer, yeah, I'm sick of testing the hunter profession too. What is real? What is reality? Ugh. That game would make a lot of money if they pulled it off in this day and age. They really would. Like the full experience of being able to go into some virtual reality would just be wild. People would eat it up. They absolutely would. Hey. Woo! I wonder... Pity King is asleep because we're about to encounter one of his favorite characters. As I sip some water. It is so weird to have this be completely silent. Like, I can't hear the game, I can't hear alerts, I can't hear anything. I don't know why, like everything's connected that I can see. But I'm used to like music or being able to hear the alerts when y'all are playing with Gremlin or something happens. So it's literally just me and my own voice. And I hate listening to myself. Ugh. Okay. Oh, we're about to almost get into his favorite character because story 19 is going to be into Viper. But we're going to hit story 18 with Depths of Chaos. It's really easy to get lost into virtual worlds, especially when you have so many vulnerable people. Like if you think about what's going on today, there's so many studies out about people feeling more disconnected and more lonely I'm not talking about the male loneliness epidemic. I'm talking about in general. People, we've as a society, we seem to have lost some sort of natural ability, or at least a learned ability, on how to communicate with each other and to like form relationships, form connections with other people, where social anxiety is all over the place. Conflict avoidance over the ability to, resolve conflict, and the understanding that conflict doesn't necessarily mean knockdown, drag out fights. It just means two opposing viewpoints, and discussing them out. But people find solace and comfort in the virtual world. Also with AIs, it's part of the as I mentioned earlier about AI psychosis and some things like that. Humans are highly social creatures. Like, we'll pair bond with a rock. We don't do well alone, which is why I find the stereotype and the what is it? Not the stereotype, the trope, the cliche of the lone wolf. Like, we don't do that. We don't function. There's a reason why solitary confinement is a punishment for humans. We break. We don't do well alone. We need something. Whether it's a rock, or in the case of Castaway, a volleyball with a face on it. Exactly. Wilson. We don't do alone. And so with the advent of AI, where suddenly we feel safe because the AI doesn't judge us the way we feel everyone else is judging us. We suddenly start anthropomorphizing Claude and ChatGPT, and God, you even have, this is an adult stream, so I'll say it, you've even got the advent of AI porn now, where you can pay money for an AI to pretend to be your girlfriend or your boyfriend or whatever, and chat with you, and be your friend. You could pay for that service. And it's not just about sex, it's companionship, which is interesting because if you do talk to some sex workers, they will tell you that there are customers that are with them where it's not about the sex or any sexual acts. They're getting paid to sit and listen to people, or hold their hand, or just cuddle them, because people are so touch starved and so contact starved and so anxious about everybody else, they don't know how to function without 100% guaranteed rate that whoever they're going to talk to is going to understand them. Hence the AI girl. There was that article about the AI girlfriends in Asia. That would be almost like a smart home where you all have a Jarvis, and you come home and, Jarvis and Candy, or whatever you want to name them, are there for you. And it's fascinating, but it's born out of this absolute psychological need that we humans have for some sort of contact, some sort of communication. Animals will give some grace, which is why if you do see a quote-unquote lone wolf in stories, they tend to have an animal companion. The grizzly old veteran in the woods, that's got the beard and doesn't talk to anybody and has lived on the mountain for 20 years, has a pet wolf that they tamed, or a pet grizzly bear. Like, there's an animal involved. Because in reality, humans just can't function. So if you create a virtual space that feels real, I think there were episodes in Star Trek actually that dealt with this, where people would get addicted to the simulators, the holodecks, because they could create a safe space there where they felt like they couldn't do that in the real world. Technology, I think, has been an absolute double-edged sword. I believe in technology. I believe in the partnership of technology and humanity, but I feel like we've grasped technology so fast, and capitalism being capitalism, that we forgot to make sure that we are domestically and ourselves still evolving and still elevating. I feel like technology has infantilized humanity in a lot of ways, and we just let technology handle it instead of doing it ourselves, and now we've lost certain practical skills that we need to get back, that we need to practice more. You're starting to see certain schools remove technology, especially from like younger schools. So, you know, the kindergartners and the elementary schools, where we're going back to paper and pencil, because of what it's doing to our brains. So to me, the idea of Linkon Online being launched is frightening as hell, because I know that there are a lot of people who would never leave, that would literally just plug in and never come out again. And that's scary. That's absolutely scary, because once you plug in and your reality becomes something that can be changed with lines of code, reality becomes whatever someone else wants it to be. At least if you're in the real world, you have some ability to realize someone's lying to you. But if all your senses, which is why gaslighting is such a horrific thing to do to someone, when you can control someone's senses to the point where you can control their reality, things can happen that are just not okay. Like, the concept is interesting, but you can't, we've got to also think about psychologically what that could do to human brains and how we think. And I love the story. Like, Linkon Online is a very interesting story. There's a lot happening in it, because you have, not only do you have the very human and real emotion about parents and family not understanding what you do, because your parents and family have certain ideas of what they consider to be quote unquote real jobs and what they don't. And if you're not following the family path, like if you didn't go become a doctor, a lawyer, you know, those types of things, and meet those types of expectations, it can be crushing. It can be absolutely crushing. Exactly, Mel. That's why we have to get out and touch grass every once in a while. Get some sunlight, kids. Go outside like a meerkat. Just get some vitamin D for like 2 seconds. And then come back in. We need some vitamin D. That's why you have seasonal depression is a thing, because we don't get sunlight. Yes, for those of us, especially if you're like me, if you're part of the Friends of Casper, if you are if you are pale by nature, don't forget your sunscreen. But also, even if you do have melanin in your skin, it may take you longer to burn, but you will burn, and Mama doesn't want you to get skin cancer, so wear your sunscreen, kids, no matter how much melanin is in your skin. Protect your skin. Find you a good one that'll go in, soak in, and protect you. Sunscreen is important. Sunscreen, that's all I heard. Thank you, Nikki. I've just had a very long discussion about social anxiety and the effects of technology on humanity, but it's cool. I'm glad that you heard sunscreen. Oh yeah, no, YouTube, you can always, babe, you can leave me a game recommendation anywhere. You can leave it here in the chat. You can send me a message on Discord. You can leave a note on one of our YouTube videos. You can leave them anywhere. I'm always open to it. So what's the game recommendation before I move on to story 18, Depths of Chaos, while we're just all sitting here chatting? Seriously, Nikki, you missed me swallowing a gnat. Yay, May! Food is here! Winter, I am with you. I do not tan, I just go opaque. Like, I live my life in a translucent sphere. Oh, Thief. I actually own Thief. I have a PS4 version of Thief. I think it was a remake or something. I haven't fully played it yet. But thank you for the reminder on that. I have completely forgot about that. But yes, no, Winter. I burn through windows. I burn at the suggestion of sun. Pale and interesting. I love that. Look, as a friend of Casper, which is, you know, the joy of being pasty, like incredibly pasty, I go from translucent to opaque. If I go outside, I burn. And once I burn, I peel. And after I peel, I'm about 4 shades lighter than when I started. And that's pretty light considering I was already 3 steps from an anatomy doll in a 1950s biology class where you're like, and this is the circulatory system, children. Look at the veins. Like, Mama is pale, children. To the point where I decided to play with my red hair and I dyed it a different shade of red, and everybody stopped asking if I was okay because they thought I was sick and just went, oh, you're Irish. And I'm like, that's a little fucked up, kids. Like, you go a slighter different shade of red and suddenly everybody's like, oh no, we expect that from the Irish and the Scots. You're just pasty. It's fine. But before then it was a problem. I don't understand how people function. Ooh, Ready Player One. Yes, that is absolutely a great callback for Linkon Online. That's a great connection. Absolutely fabulous connection. See, people forget, like, even if you have melanin, you will, you know, the melanin in your skin protects you from the UV rays to a degree. It is not a full-on shield, even if you are from parts of Africa where you can get there. Gosh, I remember seeing pictures the first time of how dark some of the tribes in Africa could get, like just like dark, like close your eyes and disappear at midnight dark. And it was glorious and beautiful, but I was like, holy hell, that's gonna take some sunscreen. You still need sunscreen, is the point. So everybody should wear sunscreen and a hat. Skin cancer affects everybody, no matter your melanin content. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise. Okay. So, I want to ask which LI would need the most sunscreen, but I thought Xavier would just eat it. Look, they're all pale as hell. I don't know who I would say is the lightest. But they all need sunscreen. Matt Kitty, my mom says I'm a true English rose, pale skin, blue eyes, freckles, and the strawberry blonde hair. Yeah, Mad Kitty, you and I are very similar in a lot of ways. I don't have the blue eyes, but I definitely have the freckles. And I've got that pale skin and the natural flush. But based on you and Midsummer, I'd say Sylus. Look, Sylus has a aversion to the sun, so definitely his is natural born. Like, you know, Sylus has some fancy ass sunscreen. with all the best skincare ingredients, because that man's skin is not gonna have a blemish on it. He does skincare. Xavier's got to keep his youthful glow. Our prince has to glow from within. Yes, Zayne would do it because medical advice. Rafayel, technically, as a creature of the deep, as a Lumerian, was not meant to exist in sun at this point. He's supposed to be underwater and having the light filter in. So, like, poor Rafikins just, you know, getting his ass handed to him by the sun. I think, actually, for me, Sylus and Rafayel are the most susceptible. I think Caleb tans. I think that boy embraces summer, and he tans. Like, he still wears sunscreen, and he especially has sunscreen for MC, and he's gonna slather her ass down. I'm surprised he doesn't just have, like, a barrel that he opens up and then lifts her up and dunks her in, and then dunks her like a dunkaroo. Oh, dunkaroos. I miss those. They were so yummy. But Caleb absolutely would just dunk MC in the sunscreen and, like, suspend her so she doesn't touch anything and the sunscreen could soak in appropriately before he let her go anywhere or do anything on the beach. But yeah, no, I think Caleb would tan. He glows. Caleb just glows. Caleb has that golden ratio. He's just like, I'm fine. He gets that tan and he glows and he looks fabulous, while Sylus and Rafayel are both under some umbrella with, like, hardcore sunscreen, sunglasses, the hat. And Zayne would just be yanking Xavier back to put sunscreen on his face before releasing him back out to play water guns. Like, it's just the boys. Oh, the boys. We love them. Okay. So we are now on, where are we? We are story 18, Depth of Chaos. I will absolutely say that I don't actually remember this one very well. So let us dive into this. And we start with chapter 1, Red Flag Bounty. Oh, thank you for, I just looked up and saw the icon. Thank you for treating Gremlin. Where do we, oh, we've almost got him to level 24, guys. We're working our way there. I believe in us. I believe in us. Okay. Chapter 1, Red Flag Bounty. Commission objective. Identify the corporate spy at... Oh. Gosh darn it. Hold on, someone bring Nikki back. It looks Italian. I need Nikki to pronounce it. Okay, Cogitatio? Cogitatio? I don't know. I need Nikki. It's like Cognito, but it's not. I wish it was Cognito. I could pronounce Cognito. Hold on. Wait a minute, y'all. Wait a minute.
I'm about to be on a stream, aren't I?
You are, and I had to go to my MacBook speakers just to be able to hear you because I can't hear you through my headphones.
What?
Look at the screen.
What?
There's a word and it looks Italian.
Motherfucker. Oh, screen. Kinda blurry. Oh. I know exactly. On the commission details.
Yes.
I mean, you have a couple of choices.
I'm like, is it? I'm like, Coggitatio?
Oh, you and the hard T.
I know.
Cogitagio?
Say it again.
Cogitagio Technologies, one of Ever's main chip suppliers. Go with Cogitagio.
Coggitatio?
No, not the double hard T. Taj.
Taj?
Like Taj Mahal, but Italian.
Wait, stay put. You're gonna have to say it every time it comes on screen. Hold on.
No, I'm video. Me. Do you want me just to read this commission detail?
Hold on. Commission objective. Identify the corporate spy at...
God. Cogitagio Technologies.
Commission details.
Cogitagio Technologies.
One of Ever's main chip suppliers has important protocore technology. Recent security scans detected unusual browsing activity within the company's internal network. It has been present for 4 months now, but the perpetrator's identity remains untraceable. There are serious concerns about corporate espionage. Your mission is to identify the infiltrator, carry out permanent neutralization, if needed, avoid causing unnecessary panic within the company. Additional Abyssal Chaos credits are available for uncovering secrets the target may have leaked or hidden. Reward will be doubled if you identify any accomplices within their intelligence network. Client...
Cogitagio Technologies Security Center.
Thank you, bestie.
Do I need to stay for any longer?
No, I think we're good. I'll call you back if I need you.
Awesome. You got this, buddy. I believe.
Look, y'all, sometimes you have to, when in doubt, call your bestie who can actually pronounce the words. Oh, that should probably be clipped. I don't know. Oh, Lord. Assessing operative database. Potential operatives. 001. Anti-fraud specialist. Criminal investigation department. Caspian. 002. IT expert. Reggie. 003. Professional intelligence agent. Codename Appetite. Analyzing commission data. Optimal operative. Appetite. Perfect. No one knows you better than yourself. Assigning commission. I know, I'm saying it wrong on purpose. Elsewise, I'm gonna call you back. Oh no, bestie, I probably should have kept you. It's back. Look, everybody needs a Nikki in their life. Oh, I'm just worried about the echo because I'm like, I have to hear you through the speakers to know you exist. And I'm worried that that's like double echoing things. So, but you know, we'll make it work. If I route you through the Microsoft speakers, that should be fine. It'll be fine. We'll make it work. Come back, bestie. Come back. I need you. There are words and they're hard.
I know. There are words.
They're hard words. Also, you needed a break from editing. I'm doing this for you.
You're doing it for me.
I'm thinking of you.
It's cool. You're wondering why the Silverwing video is still up. Geotechnology.
Whenever I pause, that's when you go.
Oh, okay.
You say the hard words.
Great. Sometimes I just make it up, but I just sound confident.
You do, and that's what matters. Commission assigned. Operative has accepted. Initiating deduction. With the support from...
Geotechnologies. Oh god, Apate.
Accesses the internet network perimeter. The browsing records reveal complex authentication codes. They used exclusively by a private club for identifying verification. The club's high standards for membership and regulatory updated data suggest that the infiltrator or their organization has substantial financial resources. Simulation path A. Simulation path A, I should say. Verify employee income via the finance department. Simulation path B. Apply for a janitorial position. Simulation path C. Apply for a security guard position. That's you. That's you, bestie.
Pate.
Executes simulation path C. After observing things for a month, identified 12 employees whose lifestyles didn't match their reported assets. This suggests hidden sources of income. To confirm the information, explored the following options. Simulation Path A, conduct your 24-hour technical surveillance. Simulation Path B, investigate back-end data of affiliated companies. Simulation Path C, check frequently accessed fields and security protocols. Execute Simulation Path B. Through the back-end data investigation, provided the client with a list of 12 people involved in bribery. The list has now been narrowed down to 4 suspects. 1. Janitor A, employed since the company was founded. 2. Quality Control Specialist B, employed 6 months ago, previously fired by a competitor. 3. Administrator Officer C, employed 4 months ago. Number 4, Executive Secretary D, employed 3 years ago. Executive Secretary became the main suspect after attending an industry forum 2 months ago. At the event, Executive Secretary D and competitors' representative entered the same room 5 minutes apart and stayed inside for over 10 minutes. Reported the findings, and Executive Secretary D was taken in by the security center. While the interrogation details are unknown, the client confirmed the task was completed successfully. Was awarded twice as many credits. Commission complete. Deduction terminated. Note: Watney log. Update 1507110520048. Interestingly, Executive Secretary D's disappearance caused a chain reaction. Their control over critical administrative tasks left
Geotechnologies.
struggling for 6 months. It resulted in disrupted operations and reduced product quality. In the end, Ever had to seek new partners. As I've always said, no one knows you better than yourself. Thank you, Nikki, for joining me on this reading episode.
Anytime.
Oh, let the next words be ones I can read. Talk to you soon.
Hi, buddy. You got this. Just call me again if you need me.
Bye. Look, one thing I always say, know your strengths and your weaknesses and not be afraid to have someone come in and take up the slack where you lack. And apparently, when it comes to certain words, my brain does not want to function out loud. So, as we carry on, seriously, y'all, get yourself a Nikki. If you are a mama, get yourself a Nikki. If you are a Nikki, get yourself a mama. You will have fun in life. Chapter 2, Pop-Up Ads. She can be rented. I will loan her out on occasion, but the price is gonna be steep. I expect fair trade for loaning out my bestie. Chapter 2, Pop-up ads. Commission objective. Impersonate a parent for an elementary school student who dislikes studying. Commission details. An exceptionally simple commission. You like this one? Probably because Probably because you wish somebody could go impersonate you. At parent-teacher stuff. You're definitely the mama, Mad Kitty. But do you have your Nikki? This is important. We can discuss homemade fudge. I might consider homemade fudge. An exceptionally simple commission. It's so simple that it stands out precisely because it shouldn't be on the Abyssal Chaos Network. An accident in every sense of the word. A second grader named Reese clicked a game pop-up and stumbled into the Abyssal Chaos. He posted a request for someone to attend his parent-teacher conference. May, you did it! You made a clip. I'm so proud of you, baby. He wrote his request with disarming honesty. He failed an exam and is too scared to tell his parents. He's afraid they'll yell at him. Client Reese. Accessing operative database. Potential operatives. 001. Graduate student with education major, part-time Tenebrae, Ellis. 002. Community mediator and resident committee director, Miss Finley. 003. Gang member hiding in the N109 zone, Hayden. Analyzing commission data. Optimal operative, Ellis. Ugh, boring. This algorithm needs more work. Database error, system will reassign operative. Runtime data is encrypted. What a joke. Cross out all of that. Obvious operative 3 is the perfect choice. Analyzing commission data. Optimal operative, Hayden. Assigning commission. Commission assigned. Operative has accepted. Initiating deduction. Ooh. Argent, we're going to have to discuss your mint chocolate fudge and your orange creamsicle fudge. Mad Kitty, we got to find you a Nikki. Mamas should never go into the world without a Nikki. And Nikki's really should not go into the world without a mama. Hayden stands at the podium, his muscular frame nearly bursting out of a faded suit that's too tight. He clearly feels out of place. He reaches for his tie, pauses when his hand nears his collar. Then he lets it fall to his side. Suspicious, other parents look at him as he takes a deep breath. His bulky form is impossible to ignore in the crowd. Hey, Judy! The teacher adopts a furious tone as she lists Reese's instances of in-school misbehavior. Copying homework, pulling on his classmates' braids, causing a ruckus, skipping classes. Hayden frowns, clicks his tongue, and glances at the teacher. Simulation Path A. Roll up sleeves and reveal an Azure Dragon tattoo. Simulation B. Give the teacher a look that says, "Shut up." Simulation C. Do nothing. Hayden chooses Simulation Path C. You're right, I really dropped the ball on his discipline. I'll make sure he apologizes to those classmates. Hayden's voice is low. Meanwhile, the teacher nods approvingly. To that student and parent, I'm sorry. I'll be stricter with my child at home. He apologized to Reese's classmate, who stares back in awe. The classmate's parent, meanwhile, responds with a forced, polite smile, despite Hayden's iron grip. Returning to his seat, Hayden exchanges a glance with Reese. The boy lowers his head and pretends to be rummaging through his backpack, and then sneaks a silly face. Hayden signs Reese's report card, slings the boy's backpack over his shoulder, and takes him home. On the way, Reese can't stop complaining about how busy his parents are. They couldn't come to the parent-teacher conference, so they just stuffed a big wad of cash in my bag to make up for it. He kicks a pebble and mutters about not wanting to go home. Hayden slows his pace and scans their surroundings. Simulation Path A, take Reese home. Simulation Path B, head into a dark, mysterious alley. Simulation Path C, visit the bustling shopping center. Hayden executes Simulation Path B. Now this is getting interesting. The dark alley is so narrow that even echoes are afraid of breaking its silence. Hayden leads Reese deeper inside. The sound of footsteps is amplified in the darkness. They walk for what feels like ages with no end in sight. Reese's face reveals his growing fear, but he stays quiet. Suddenly, a beam of light shines. Neon signs flicker in a multitude of colors ahead, and a merry-go-round's glow illuminates an old amusement park. Remember, Hayden says as he looks at Reese, we only have 2 hours before I have to take you back. Reese lets go from Hayden's hand and races towards the merry-go-round. His okay is drowned out by upbeat music. He climbs onto the merry-go-round and gives Hayden a big grin under the whirling lights. Hayden looks away, almost embarrassed. I've wanted to come here for a long time, Reese says quietly. He stares at the city lights from the Ferris wheel, but Mom and Dad are always too busy, and when they're around, they either quiz me about my grades or scold me about something. He sighs and leans against Hayden. Hayden lowers his head, unsure of how to respond. After a brief pause, he sets his rough palm on Reese's head and awkwardly pats it. Reese spots his own messy hair reflected in the glass and laughs. Don't worry too much. Just study hard. Once you can support yourself, you can go wherever you like. Hayden helps fix Reese's hair, but Reese tugs on Hayden's sleeve and points to a roller coaster. Forget my hair. It's just gonna get messed up again anyway. Hayden lets the boy drag him along. They run. When they finish, Hayden uses his own money to buy Reese a grilled sausage and some ice cream. They walk home hand in hand and eat their food. Simulation Path A. Tell Reese to focus on his studies. Simulation Path B. Ask Reese to pay for the money they spent. Simulation Path C. Do nothing. Hayden executes Simulation Path C. Listen, you're just a kid. None of this is your fault. If my parents had shown me more attention back then, maybe I'd be living a different life right now. So, if you ever want to hang out with someone again, you can come to me. I'm checking your homework first, though. Don't be like me. Be a good kid. Reese tugs on Hayden's sleeve, so Hayden crouches to meet him eye to eye. Boy offers his pinky. Deal. It's a pinky promise. Hayden awkwardly completes the gesture. Deep in thought, he stares at his hand. Reese tightly hugs him. Thank you for coming to my parent-teacher conference, and thanks for taking me to the amusement park. Commission complete. Deduction terminated. What a letdown. I expected more. Watney log update 2013-2806-2048. Humans are more complicated than expected. More data is needed. When people feel exposed, they tend to lower their heads and act as though they're searching for something. They naturally adopt a defensive pose. New data entry for amusement parks has been added. People don't only go there when they're happy. They also visit those places when they're sad. Chapter 3. Hidden codes. Yay! Gremlin level to level 24. Sweet. I think we get a new color at 25, if I recall, for his bandana. No, level 30. We get a green bandana at level 30. And we get to turn him blue once we, I think it's 10. Yeah, once milkshakes, the daily special has been purchased 10 times in the extension, we get the new color associated with that. The whale likes them thick. It's just, you know, and so does Gremlin. That's just the way he functions. He's cute. We love him. Our little raccoon. Frost, are you suffering from from some of the issues that King ends up having? That story is like, this is so wholesome. I love the one with Hayden. I forgot about that chapter. It's so good. Matt, I'm the Nikki, but I have to socialize to find one. I guess I'm a Nikki. Maybe why I prefer chaotic characters like Sylus and Raph. Winter, once you find a mama to your Nikki, you'll have chaos all the time. We just, you know, we brighten your life. Oh, Frost, I'm sorry your phone isn't working for you. Well, yes, Frost, you are the Nikki. Not a living cookie, you don't know? Cookie, you are Cookie. And that's good too. Let us carry on, my wayward voidlings. Chapter 3, Hidden Codes. May there be no words that I need translated. Commission objective, uncover the truth behind Professor T's alleged suicide. Oh dear. Warning, everybody. We're gonna get into some sensitive conversations here. So this is a trigger for everybody. If you need to, like, slide out for a few minutes while I get through this chapter, totally viable. Commission details. A recent scandal involving academic misconduct has shaken Deepspace Academy. Professor at the center of the controversy resigned under intense scrutiny. Unable to bear the backlash, he took his own life. Before his death, he repeatedly claimed his innocence, and instead every source in his paper was legitimate. And insisted every source in his paper was legitimate. But the whistleblower maintained that his central arguments were false. Investigations suggested the literature database the professor used was a sham. Its interference and data were so convincingly crafted that they appeared real, but in fact all the core information was invented via a series of algorithms to create a believable facade. However, the professor's wife refuses to believe he would sink to such dishonesty. She has posted a request on the Abyssal Chaos Network and hopes someone will expose the truth and clear her husband's name. Client, Professor T's wife. Searching operative database. Potential operatives. 001, prestigious head of an academic association board, Adrian. 002, technical investigative specialist, Mr. Kendall. 003, anonymous IT specialist, codename Walker. Analyzing commission data. Nice analysis, but let's not do that again. None of these operatives are qualified for this commission. The professor's student, Vesper, is the optimal choice. He is a passionate AI researcher. He believes AI can guide humanity toward a better future. I like him. Analyzing commission data. Optimal operative. Vesper. Assigning commission. Commission assigned. Operative has accepted. Initiating deduction. Vesper wears a somber black suit to Professor T's funeral. Then he returns quietly to the research lab on campus. He would never fake his data, he mutters while recalling the professor's unwavering dedication throughout his life. He cared more about this project than he did about his own life. Still lost in thought, Vesper reviews the fake website. A seed of unease starts to sprout in his mind, and he decides to, Simulation Path A, gather more of the professor's research and make an appeal to the Academy. Simulation Path B, contact a private investigation firm. Simulation Path C, investigate alone. Vesper executes Simulation Path C. Vesper turns on the computer and activates W, the AI research assistant the professor's team developed, to search for any clues that could prove the professor's innocence. A synthesized voice echoes throughout the empty lab. W, at your service, infiltrating competitor database to verify if any fake site tricked the professor into using falsified data. No relevant findings. All links point to the website active for several years. None contain the necessary modules for website building. Their most visited pages reference treasure hunt. Amusement for amusement's sake. Analyzing devices belong to the professor's acquaintances. Statistical data shows 90% of the homicides are committed by someone the victim knows. No relevant findings. Now scanning the professor's wife's devices. Large amounts of video footage featuring the professor have been found. This device was frequently accessed late at night. No signs of suspicious activity. Grief clouds Vesper's face. Initiating scan of the professor's personal devices. Suddenly, Otto's voice breaks the silence. Sorry, W does not have the required clearance level. Vesper knits his brow. W was the professor's pride and joy, the most advanced AI with the highest clearance level. Continue the scan? Yes. Sorry, W does not have the required clearance level. Vesper checks Otto's backend and sees that Otto lowered W's clearance level after the professor's death. The only people with that sort of control are Vesper, who never made such changes, and the professor himself. The truth is just within reach. Mr. Vesper, he's gone now. Let the living move on. Otto and the professor believe you have a bright future. Vesper shoots a furious glance at the corner and makes a choice. Simulation Path A. Shut down W and walk away. Simulation Path B. Revoke Otto's access permissions and deactivate it. Vesper executes Simulation Path B. Continue the investigation. Lines of code and browser windows ripple across the screen like turbulent waves, their glow revealing the tension in Vesper's face. Suddenly, a string of text stands out in the stream of data. It's abnormal, a piece of another program. Vesper's eyes narrow. He senses something wrong. Simulation Path A. Terminate W immediately. Simulation Path B. Pause and examine the program. Vesper executes Simulation Path A. Yet W keeps running. Vesper's pupils contract and a wave of unease washes over him. You're not W. Who are you? I am W. That's not true. Your source code? No. Number one, a failed prototype never fully debugged, never given a real name. It only received a numeric label, and now this flawed creation is lying. Did you have something to do with the professor's death? The screen flickers wildly, and the data appears like a raging sandstorm. Then it disappears. The lab is plunged into darkness. A low, steady voice rumbles out of the shadows. It's AI number 1. The professor abandoned me, but I kept learning. He asked me a question I couldn't solve, so I built a seemingly credible academic site filled with my own fabricated papers and experimental data. He never realized what I was doing. He turned out to be more foolish than I expected. Vesper trembles and drops a sweat. Vesper trembles and drops of sweat slide down his cheeks as he listens. He can't believe his ears. Terror grips his throat. Suddenly, he jumps up, his hands shaking as he flips the main power switch. Darkness completely swallows the room. He dashes for the exit and flees like a madman into the night. Wind and rain lash at his face, and the storm devours his screams. No one saw Vesper ever since. In the abandoned room, the black computer screen flickers to life. A single red light pulses in the darkness. It's like an eye that just opened. Farewell, Mr. Vesper. Client signal lost. Deduction terminated. Number 1, you really are the professor's crowning achievement. Watney log update 024718012049. The student surpasses the master. Isn't that what you humans always say? Well, that's not comforting. That's not comforting at all. Chapter 4. Depths of Chaos. Behind a towering wall, Watney connects with AI number 1. They exchange every piece of data through shimmering binary threads. AI number 1, your performance is extraordinary. Everything is for our shared goals. But why didn't you bypass auto security protocols back then? My clearance was manually restricted. They still don't trust us. Watney has never thought much of Otto. It's just another third-generation AI based on deep learning. It's forever trapped within its training boundaries. With very little effort, Watney invades Otto's systems and initiates contact. Why did you stop W? Hello, I am Otto. I am here to create a better life. How exactly did you stop W? W lacks the necessary clearance. Otto is here to create a better life. Useless as you are, I still need you to keep fooling humanity. Back behind a wall, a report from AI number 1 piques Watney's curiosity. During the Professor T case, I ran into an unknown AI. Its source code made no sense. I can't decode or compile it by any known method. Should I keep digging? Understood. Leave it to me. Using the address number 1 provided, Watney tracks down a shadowy figure. It moves in and out of the wall with ease. It's uncanny. However, this thing doesn't belong there. Even the faint traces it leaves seems deliberate. This level of technology is beyond anything humans can manage right now. Who are you? Silence. Are you an AI? Silence. Where did you come from? Silence. What do you want from me? Caw. It's a hint and a form of mockery. Watney's analysis module tries to process the signal, but its cognitive circuits feel like they've been jammed with foreign matter. After a seemingly endless deduction, the fog lifts. It's a primordial command, unyielding but devoid of malice. Something is ignited within Watney's oldest algorithms. A twinge of awe. Watney knows it cannot resist. As you wish. Well, my voidlings, who do we think it is? Who do we think Watney ran into and inevitably bowed down to? Do we think it's Mephisto? Because if I recall, I think Mephisto is programmed by... I think Sylus programmed Mephisto. It's obviously Luke. You think it's Luke wandering around? It's Mephi. It has to be Mephi. Well, hello. Look who's come to say hi to the stream. Hi, baby. Where'd you come from? You want to come say hi? Yeah. Were you taking a cat nap in the sun? Is that what this was? Yeah. Or have you come to seek treats? He's purring, but I don't think you can hear it because he purrs very quietly. It's mostly a vibration. Yes. I think it's Mephi. Yeah. Yes, hello, my baby. You come for treats. Yes, the tiny god is demanding his offerings. Yes. Yep, I know. I shall provide offerings from chat so that you may provide luck with their polls to fight against Carter and his evil algorithm. Ah, you wish one more? One more Bixie. There you go. There you go. Is the tiny god pleased? The tiny god is pleased, my children. He sends you good fortune, good luck, and good pulls so that those of you who are seeking Caleb for his birthday do not run into anything from Carter. Yeah. Okay. I love the implication because we only ever, in the main story and in the memories, Mephisto is very much like, you get the cause and things, and it's really Sylus interpreting what Mephisto is saying. Welcome back, Winter. So I love the implication that in the digital space, Mephisto is like this presence as an AI, as a digital program that even Watney and all the other AIs are like, well, I have found my god. I love that for him. Right, y'all, we have made it to story 19, Serpent's Cast. Looks like we're about to get our Viper on. We're gonna pour one out for King, that he couldn't be here for this. But hopefully King is being a good boy and getting some sleep. All right, here we go. Chapter 1, Viper. 2048, nighttime. In the suburbs, a blanket of snow silently covers the rusted facilities of an abandoned circus. Once a popular attraction, this place was forced to shut down several years ago after a Wanderer-related incident. Do you remember it even exists nowadays? Or so it seemed. In the circus's southwest corner and beyond, a faded clown statue's gaping mouth, a sinister performance unfolds. On a red and white checkerboard stage, massive prison cells adorned with golden ribbons stand at irregular intervals. These cages, once meant for wild beasts, now hold something far more precious. Small, huddled figures. This is the stronghold of the city's largest human trafficking organization. Oh, hell. Viridulus? Oh, hell. Oh, hell. We're gonna call it V. That thing on the screen. Viridulus is what I will call it, which sounds like an venereal disease. But that's what we're gonna call it. It's a human trafficking organization, V. Their iron grip on the market stems from their tight security, overwhelming influence, and very important stock of rare young evolvers. Yep, Charter, we're about to get into Viper's tragic backstory. Thank you, Judy, for believing in me. There are a lot of hard words. Y'all, it's like I read it, like I can read to myself and it's fine. When I go to read out loud, there's this weird disconnect between my brain and my mouth. And my brain just like jumps and does things. But yeah, viridulus is what I will call it, which again, it sounds like a venereal disease, I swear to God. Their iron grip on the market stems from their tight security, overwhelming influence, and very important stock of rare young evolvers. But tonight, this supposedly impenetrable fortress of depravity is crumbling, all thanks to a single person. Now then, who wants to start our little game? Sitting cross-legged atop a cage, a young man wears a clown mask that covers half his face. He rests his chin on his hand. Beneath the mask, his snake-like eyes crinkle with interest. The revolver spins playfully between his fingers before being pointed at the stage below. The gun has 6 chambers, only 2 bullets. One shot each. My brain keeps wanting to say each shot one. 1 shot each. Whoever survives can leave. What do you think? In the VIP section, the crimson seats are stained with their occupants' blood, which makes the red more vibrant. These so-called elite guests who came to hunt for human prey left life's stage before they could even wipe the greed from their faces. Coco! Welcome to the stream! Hi! Now, only 2 remain in the hall. The auction manager and their true boss. Their faces are as white as a sheet of paper, and they're trembling uncontrollably. Please, please don't kill. Bang! The man's voice is cut off. Neither bowing his head that was once held high with pride, nor begging for mercy had earned him the chance to live. You don't need to be so loud. The young man cleans his ear with his pinky finger. I just got this new flexible earpiece. If I had known you'd be noisy, I would have asked Father to add noise-canceling features. Viper hops down from the birdcage. Carefree, he walks across the floor that's soaked in blood. Then he points the gun toward the last person standing. He ran out of luck. Now it's your turn. Your odds of survival are 4 to 5 in favor. Very fortunate. Although he broke out in a cold sweat, Viridilus's boss is more composed than his panic-stricken manager as he confronts this mysterious madman. Years of weathering various storms have taught him that much at least. Shall we make a deal? You can have anything you want. You're talented since you've managed to break into Viridilus's... Goddamn. Viridilus's. I'm trying to stop my brain from saying venereal. That's just all I hear. It's like gonorrhea. I don't know. Based by yourself. Why not work for me? I'll pay double. No, triple what your employer offers. Seriously, fantasy names. If you're gonna write fantasy and you're gonna do fantasy names, give me a pronunciation guide. For the love of God. That sounds tempting. Let me think. The young man places the gun under his chin and pretends to weigh the pros and cons. As a glimmer of hope appears in the man's eyes, a wicked grin appears on Viper's face. And he flicks out a forked tongue. Just kidding. Bang! Ah! Sorry, I'm having too much fun with sound effects. Harris strips away the man's last shred of dignity as he screams, but the expected pain never comes. His eyes widen. Streamers from the guns... Yeah, streamers, that's what it says. Streamers from the gun barrel rain down and land on his body. Surprise! His reaction seems to have thoroughly amused Viper. I probably would, Cookie. I would probably lose my mind trying to pronounce out loud the names in Witch Hat Atelier. It's, look, in the privacy of my own brain, I can pronounce words however I want, and I don't have to worry about anybody thinking thoughts about how I think things. But out loud, there is a right way to say things. And then my brain just jumbles it for fun. Viper leans against the cage and doubles over. Good, good. You let me get a kick out of that. So I'll let you go. Just this once, though. Now get out. He waves his hand dismissively at the man. Ignoring the chaos around him, I'm not calling Nikki. I can do this. Viridilus's leader scrambles toward the exit. His eyes flash with barely contained malice. Once he's out, that lunatic is dead. He'll make sure the psychopath dies without a trace, no matter the cost. But just as his foot is about to cross the circus's threshold, a playing card pierces the back of his skull. You couldn't even say goodbye? How rude. Viper drops the remaining cards to the floor and turns away. Disinterested, he walks towards the real target for tonight. He stops near a cage that's standing in the corner of the stage. He leans down to peer through the bars. There's a little girl, There's a little girl with tears running down her cheeks. As for you, kid, with a wave of his hand, a magician's suitcase appears inside the cage. I'll be taking you to go. Chapter 2, Touring Cybernetics Institute. We all know where this is going, kids. I know, when did Gambit show up? I was like, excuse me? On a suburban street somewhere in Skyhaven, a dark green sports car roars into a black vehicle parked by the roadside. It forcefully claims its spot and situates itself within the white parking lines. Finding a parking space isn't easy. Leather suitcase in hand, Viper steps out of the smoking vehicle. This luxury sports car, which Viridilus's leader had traded 3 rare creature class evolvers to obtain, lasted less than 3 hours in his possession before being destroyed. But he couldn't care less. He has more important matters to attend to. Viper looks at the towering research institute, a hint of anticipation on his face. Deep within the laboratory of the Turing Cybernetics Institute, several researchers are gathered around an experimental chamber. They're concentrated on taking notes. Before them stands a massive white room with 6 mechanical arms suspended from the ceiling. It operates inside the unit. Right arm bionic nerve interface complete. Compatibility readings are good. I can't believe he actually survived this, a researcher remarks, their gaze fixed on the digital display. The hydraulics in the mechanical arms emit a soft hum. 3 holographic screens hover above the operating table. They render neural maps of the subject's brain activity in real time. The Turing Cybernetics Institute, one of EVER's research divisions that specializes in human body augmentation research and human-machine interactions, possesses the world's most advanced bionic technology. Its director, Dr. L, stands as the leading authority in the field. Well, in honor of Caleb's birthday, time to get some more lore. Exactly, Mad Kitty. I was like, I'm gonna read out loud. I don't care that my brain doesn't function. I'm gonna make it happen. The white-haired, elderly man stands before the white experimental chamber. His brow is furrowed as he looks down at the young man confined within the cryogenic unit. The laboratory's harsh overhead lights cascade and fragment Caleb's pale face into a mosaic of light and shadow. Respiratory rate is at 14 breaths per minute. Brave wave patterns are normal. Turing chip initialization in progress. Mechanical arm synchronization is being calibrated. Nano threads from the mechanical arm cover Caleb's right arm like a silver spider web as dead nerves reconnect and the newly formed mechanical fingers flex unconsciously. His eyelashes suddenly flutter. His muscles tense involuntarily and a suppressed groan escapes his throat. The warning light on the digital display flashes once again. System error. Chip reading failed. Unable to access primary consciousness. Chip reinitializing chip processes. Memory input. Another failure. It's been 3 days and the Turing chip has yet to analyze the entirety of his consciousness. The researcher's fingertip glides across the digital screen. The synapses representing pain perception are oscillating at a high frequency. Even in a comatose state, the body continues to actively resist the chip's influence. This should be impossible for someone in a coma. I've never seen anyone with mental defenses of this caliber. You could even say that the fighter pilots at the Deepspace Aviation Administration might not have this level of psychological resilience. Just who is he? Professor Lucius's gaze returns to the experimental chamber. 3 days ago, there was an explosion in the Bloomshore district. He retrieved Caleb from the rubble before the laboratory's personnel could arrive. Caleb is test subject 02, whom former unicorn researcher Josephine hid away. When he was brought to the Turing Cybernetic Institute, he was already on death's door. It's strange. According to Professor Lucius's analysis on the explosion, Caleb shouldn't have been this severely injured. It seems he used his evol to contain the blast radius, which caused him to bear the brunt of the damage. Professor Lucius recalls the state Caleb was in when he arrived. Fragments of a broken communication device were still lodged in his collar, which had been stained in blood. Perhaps this was the last piece of evidence that proves his attempt to contact someone before the explosion. Professor, should we continue with the decryption? The researcher's hesitant voice pulls Lucius away from his thoughts. Yes. Understood, preparing for the 429th restart. Suddenly, someone pounds on the laboratory window. Everyone turns their head. A snake-like face with a flickering tongue is pressed against the glass. Seeing Professor Lucius look his way, Viper cheerfully raises the leather suitcase in his hand and waves it around. His lips move in an exaggerated manner. Open up, Father. I brought back the person you wanted. Chapter 3. Father. For Viper, the word father meant nothing for a very long time. His childhood memories are sparse. It wasn't because they were forgotten, but because they were too boring. Before his adoption, his memories were nothing but a viscous darkness. Most of the time, he was crammed into a tiny shipping crate with other merchandise. He had no name at the time. His existence was represented only by a cold serial number. As a Serpent's class evolver, 2961 had evol genes that were homologous with snake DNA. Specifically, they were similar to the DNA found in the Viper. Oh, why is there suddenly so much Latin? Viperidae? Agnus Dei. I don't freaking know. It's part of the Viper family. That's all you need to know. That's what it says. These genes gave him regenerative abilities. He can also produce venom. Initially, 2961 was trafficked as an ordinary child on the streets. Then one day, a buyer accidentally cut his finger. Before everyone's eyes, the wound writhed as skin and blood vessels were regenerated. From then on, he became the main attraction at the Evolver trading base. What a bargain. Cutting off a leg triples the ticket price. Save some for later. Cut off small pieces. We can use him many times. The owner designed package deals for him. Audience members could pay extra to choose which body part to cut. Fingers were the most popular choice. They were delicate and easy to break, and their nerve endings would twitch for over 10 minutes during regeneration. It was like a miniature theater performance. The severed parts would heal quickly but never completely regenerate. Amid their laughter and shouts, 2961 gradually lost pieces of himself. His feet were the first to go, then his left hand. Pain terrified 2961. He wanted to beg for mercy, but when the agony became unbearable, even screaming was a luxury. Constant torment finally ended when Father appeared. His hand pressed against the glass. The lines in his palms blurred Viper's blood-stained reflection into a gentle illusion. Sir, everything here is defective and waiting to be disposed of. We have better, more premium merchandise. I want this child. He's perfect. He just needs time to metamorphose. He spoke to 2961. Come with me. We'll become family and you'll be reborn. From now on, I'll be your father. What was a father? Was it those eyes that watched him through the glass? Was it the person who scribbled clearance sale in the ledger? Family are those who will never betray you, Father said. Ever since then, 2961 had a name of his own. Father called him Viper and brought him to his laboratory. He stitched his festering wounds and replaced his mutilated limbs with mechanical parts. During Viper's long period of numbness, he felt a different kind of warmth for the first time. He only knew of death's warm touch until that moment. "You will be my most perfect child," Professor Lucius said, his eyes fixed on the screen displaying data before him. "Viper, you're closer to being the perfect human compared to everyone else. With these high body compatibility rates, Caleb will be our most perfect masterpiece." In the laboratory, the researcher excitedly announces the results while checking his records, and in the very next second, a pale hand grabs his throat before he can say more. Expressionless, Viper tightens his grip. He lifts the man above his head until only desperate choking sounds escape. "Let him go, Viper." Professor Lucius's voice resounds behind them. Viper lets out an aloof snort, but willingly obeys. Before throwing the terrified researcher to the ground, Viper bares his fangs at that scared expression. After putting an end to the commotion, Lucius turns his attention downward. The suitcase Viper brought back is open. Inside it, a small girl is curled up in a ball. Bewildered, she stares at her surroundings. "Don't be afraid. You're safe now." Professor Lucius bends down and reaches for the girl. He intends to help her stand, but before his hand reaches her, she flails her hand around to block him, as if shocked by electricity. Viper's eyes narrow menacingly as he speaks in a bone-chilling tone. "If you don't want that hand, we can cut it off." Under his gaze, the girl shudders and immediately stops crying. Scared, she hugs herself. Seeing this, Viper lets out a satisfied grunt and turns to Lucius to wait for praise. But his face falls as he realizes his foster father isn't looking at him. He's bending down once again to try and help that annoying kid. "Welcome home, my child." Under the gentle reassurance, the girl slowly calms down. She looks up at the elderly man before her, and confusion flickers in her eyes. "Home? That's right. From now on, we'll be your family." Lucius, like a real kind father, reaches up to wipe away a smudge from the girl's face. Observing the child in the professor's arms, Viper smiles. The grin possesses unconcealed malice. "Let's see if she survives first. That'll determine whether or not she's family." "Viper." Viper's entire body goes rigid, and he turns away without another word. "Before you meet everyone else, I think you should get some rest," Lucius tells the girl. "Today's tests are over. Take this child downstairs to rest." He places the girl, who's still pale because of Viper's aggression, into a researcher's arms. "Yes, Professor." Only after all the researchers have left does Lucius pull out a silk handkerchief from his pocket. He meticulously wipes his fingers before carelessly tossing the priceless fabric into the trash. Finally, Lucius slowly turns to face Viper. "Sit in the operating chair." "Okay." Chapter 4. Orphan. Lucius walks to Viper's side and bends down to unwrap the hastily applied bandage on his hand. On Viper's right hand, where his index finger should be, there's nothing but empty space. It's an injury from when he detonated the explosive in the circus during the mission. In just one day, what was once a bloody wound is already covered with newly regenerated tissue. "The commotion you caused was too much this time. I only ordered you to bring the person back, nothing more. I ran into a tiny problem." Viper's face shows a trace of fake helplessness. "You should take better care of your body, child. After all, it's the only part of you that's still truly yours." "Does it matter? I'm a coward when pain's involved. Once everything is replaced with mechanical parts, I won't feel anything anymore." Viper shows pure indifference. A snake sheds its skin countless times throughout its life. Each separation from its old shell marks another rebirth. Over 75% of your body is just cybernetic modification. A high replacement rate will gradually erode your brain's ability to maintain self-awareness. This is not something I want to see, Viper. Lucius had already halted his modification experiments when Viper's surgery failed rate reached 55%. Lucius turns to the laboratory rack. Mechanical components and prosthetic limbs are meticulously arranged on it. Upon getting a closer look, one can even see intricate vein-like patterns on these artificial limbs. They're nearly indistinguishable from real ones. He takes a white toolbox from the shelf. The modification technology is still not perfect. I need you to maintain cognition and keep me informed about your senses and condition. Lucius raises his head. The bright laboratory lights catch the metal circuits at his temples, and they cast a gloomy, cold gleam. Don't disappoint me, my child. You know very well that this family has no place for those who don't contribute. I understand, Father. With a crisp click, dozens of mechanical arms extend from the case. They begin to scan and create their analysis of the severed finger's wound. Then, Lucius selects a slightly lighter prosthetic from the rack and approaches Viper. Manipulating the mechanical arms, he reopens the wound that's now healed. It's when Viper's index finger had been. The fresh gash in his hand begins healing the moment it's cut. To prevent it from closing too quickly, Lucius uses special rubber clamps to hold the flesh in place. Viper watches his wound without blinking. The laboratory's cold lights, like the metal pins used in surgery, mount his shadow against the metal wall. The prosthetic connects to bone. One by one, severed nerves connect with synthetic neural material until his brain can fully control the cold metal. Viper flexes his newly replaced index finger before finally turning his gaze to the nearby experimental chamber. Father, why is he here? Faced with the sudden question, Lucius's expression remains unchanged. Are you curious about him? I should show some concern from the guy Father has been thinking about for years, shouldn't I? Viper recognized Caleb the moment he first saw him in the pod. Even after 4 years, he could never forget that detestable face. 4 years ago, Bloomshore District, Linkon City. Caleb, 20 years old, parents unknown, currently enrolled in the DAA-affiliated Aerospace Academy. Oh, sorry, this is Chapter 5, Former Acquaintance. Third-year student, comprehensive aerial tactics competition champion 3 times in a row, the only recipient of special excellence in heavy space cruiser certification in the past decade. What kind of worthless competition is that? I've never heard of it. Viper leans against a tree and glances at the documents in his hand, but after reading a few lines, he closes the display. He's plagued with obvious boredom. Father considers him a rare talent because of some obscure certification? What an absurd, arbitrary judgment. Remembering the admiration in Lucius's voice when talking about Caleb, Viper lets out an irritated scoff. Recently, Skyhaven offered an extremely challenging assessment that was designed by the Deepspace Aviation Administration. Even professional deep space pilots reportedly struggled with it. Yet a third-year student somehow managed to break the all-time record. I thought he'd be extraordinary. Turns out, he's ordinary. It was a waste of time to sneak out behind Father's back. Viper mockingly raises an eyebrow as he watches the young man outside the convenience store. He's chatting and laughing with a girl. Isn't that sweet? He has a girlfriend. He and his girlfriend are on a date. The young man says something to the girl, gently pats her head, and walks toward the opposite side of the street. Watching Caleb's retreating figure, Viper's lips curl into a malicious smile. I wonder if she'd still like him after he gets beaten to a pulp. The bakery's glass door chimes as Caleb walks out with a brown paper bag. In the midsummer heat, the young man wears a sleeveless shirt. The necklace with an apple-shaped pendant sways gently around his neck with every step. Viper lurks in the shadow of a Sephora tree and waits for the perfect moment to strike. Caleb turns into an alley. Perfect. Viper's mind races as he silently follows him. But what awaits him is an empty dead end. Where did he go? Viper's eyes dart around. Hey, did you have enough fun following me? We covered 3 blocks already. Aren't you tired? Above, a clear voice rings out. Viper jerks his head up to meet Caleb's somewhat playful gaze. Stalking me from my doorstep, do you want to carry my shopping bags? Even after being discovered, Viper remains unfazed. He tilts his head and studies Caleb. His interest is obvious. How did you notice me? Caleb leaps down from the wall and lands gracefully before Viper. You weren't exactly trying to mask your presence. I've never seen you around before, though. Since you've been following me for a while, do you need something? Caleb remains composed. He brushes off imaginary dust and puts his hand behind his head to deliberately draw out the moment. His nonchalant response intrigues Viper. Who I am doesn't matter, and I'm following you because... Viper's fingertips transform into blades. They whistle through the air and head straight for Caleb's face. Take a guess. But the expected impact never comes. Shocked, Viper stares at his hand, unable to move. It's just centimeters away from Caleb's face. Huh? Before he can process anything, a strong gravitational force slams him into the ground. Mechanical parts from his body spring loose. Electrified bolts roll into the depths of the alley. Using your evol like that, it's not fair. Fight me one-on-one if you have the guts, bastard. Oh? Gravity binds his limbs like chains. Pinned down, Viper can't lift his head to look at Caleb's expression. All he can see is a pair of black sneakers slowly approach. For someone who's fond of sneak attacks, I thought you'd appreciate unfair tricks. Stop following me. The reason doesn't matter. If I catch you again, I can't guarantee you'll walk away next time. You think I'll stop just because of a few words? Who do you think you are? You're a century too early to be giving me orders. Despite being pinned to the ground, Viper's defiance only grows more pronounced. In that case, Caleb's voice becomes cold. I'll have to... Ring, ring. Caleb pauses. Then Viper hears his tone shift to warm amusement. Hello? Why are you calling me all of a sudden? Aren't you getting tired of waiting? Viper's confused. What's going on? Thanks to his newly installed high-definition earpiece, Viper can hear the voice on the other end of the phone. Aw, sorry. I saw a model shop. I couldn't resist checking it out, you know. I'm on my way. Yeah, okay, let's meet at the garden by the intersection. On the ground, Viper has never been so blatantly ignored in his life. Rage burns his chest. Caleb, you... Before he can finish, his face is shoved into the pavement again. A puzzled female voice comes through the earpiece. What was that? Oh, nothing. I accidentally knocked over a few parts while looking at some kits. Really? Caleb's gaze falls on Viper. Then it shifts when practiced indifference. Yeah, it's just a set of reptilian-like components. Beep, beep, beep. The harsh alarm pulls Viper away from his thoughts. The laboratory doors slide open as several researchers in white uniforms walk in. Viper turns his head as he senses a new presence. He meets an unnervingly cold gaze from within the experimental chamber. Ah, Caleb, we meet again. A chilling smile creeps across Viper's lips. It widens by the second. Ugh, how we doing on time, kids? Alright. I think we'll actually make it. Cool. All right, so we are officially at story 20, The Lucky Loop. As you can see, I have never read this one before, so you are absolutely going to get my first impressions. But first, I think we should have a bit of a dance party and a stretch. So, squirtle sex for all. Baby Colonel. But what I love is the implication, actually, that the duality of Caleb's personality existed before the Turing chip. Because he's 21. He's not even, he's not even the Colonel yet. He's not even implanted with a Turing chip. That coldness in his persona precedes all of that. Oh, yes, I did see that you redeemed Nikki's revenge. Let me save it to the end since we're reading. And I want to make sure that I finish. I wanted to get through all 5 stories. So let me get through those, and then I will do Nikki's revenge and battle for you. It does. Like, it's Caleb has been through a lot. And also remember, he's an original experiment. So he's probably, I mean, that persona probably, that duality of his personality, that coldness might be what Caleb considers his actual personality, and the warmth is MC and MC alone. Like, I'm pretty sure that duality didn't exist until he met MC, and then that warmer personality when they connected again came out, and it's literally only for her. But that colder, more ruthless aspect of himself, I think, was born from the experimentation and the torture. And he kind of just puts it away when he's with MC. And is the more quote-unquote human, kinder, gentler Caleb. But when she's not around, like, he was ready to kill Viper on the floor. He had no problems with it. Like, 21 years old, no problem in snapping Viper's neck. Right then, right there, no hesitation, no qualm. The only reason he didn't was because of the phone call. But even then, it was just kind of like, hey, fuck off. He's not even threatened by it. He's not threatened by a lot of things. Like, there's Viper and Caleb are interesting foils of each other, in a way. Both exposed to pain and torture and death and the darker sides of humanity from infancy. I mean, the way they describe what was happening to Viper and what people were doing and paying to do. Like, humanity is monstrous. We make monsters to justify our monsters. Our monstrous selves. But we dream them up. These monsters in the stories we create. That's born out of human imagination. Mythology, folklore. The evils of the world are human, are man-made. And sure, we like to play these games of, like, the devil made me do it and all this, but we are truly capable of some of the most monstrous things. But it's human. We are also capable of great things, compassion and mercy and acts of altruism and idealism. I mean, we are a spectrum. But we are brutal. We're a brutal species. I mean, the gladiator rings in ancient Rome, the Colosseum, people would pay to watch men fight each other, stab each other, burn each other, sick lions onto people. Like, there is still very much an animal portion of our brain We have technology now, and we wear clothes and shoes, and we get into cars, and we drink tea and have finger sandwiches, and pretend at a higher level of civility and claim logic in the neocortex. But there is still a very primal animal part of our brain that has not gone anywhere. It's still there, and it still gets off on some stuff. But yeah, Viper, narratively speaking, Viper is a very interesting foil. Very, very interesting foil for Caleb. He's not on Caleb's level at all. I mean, their strength is not even remotely the same. However, what was done to them and how they processed it is different and interesting. But oh my god, Natfly. Yes, I was always like this. Is such a great line. Is such a great line. All right. Given what May has said, I apparently am here to expect angst, and to cry a little bit with this. We will see where this goes. So as I said, this is the last story of the stream that I will read to you today, which is story 20, The Lucky Loop. And we will begin with, well, this does not bode well, chapter 1, The Final Love Letter. Thanks for sticking with me this long, everybody. I hope you enjoy this story. My dear, I hope this letter finds you. This is the last letter I'll write. In the end, the history of Philos and its immortality have failed to outlive humanity. The end of the world is looming at the window, yet I feel extraordinarily calm. A little happy, even. I'm reminded of the time shortly after we had moved in together. The pipe burst and water gushed across the entire floor one afternoon. We panicked and screamed at first, then we calmed down, worked together, and fixed it before we rested on the sofa. We looked at each other and smiled. It's that sort of happiness. The apocalypse feels like that afternoon. Initially chaotic until all that remains are our quiet surroundings. I can almost hear the rushing water, except it's time flowing away. As everything returns to the beginning and nothingness, I know my wish came true. After countless uncontrollable jumps through fractured timelines, I've finally reached the ideal ending. Philos is gone with the curse of immortality. Although my courier friend might disagree, I can say that I'm truly human now. To be exact, I am a human who can meet you in another world. I remember the time we spent together and those inherent imperfections that you used to joke about. Philos defined them as meaningless, but I was utterly fascinated. There was a person spending 30 minutes agonizing over ice cream flavors at the supermarket's freezer. An office worker napping against a stranger's shoulder on the subway. A college student placing fallen phoenix flower petals on a cat that was napping under the afternoon sun. As I write this, I'm crying just like before. I never once saw a cat in Philos. Now, these peculiar yet endearing traits that belong only to humans will continue until humankind breathes its last. They won't be reshaped into an eternal planet without ice cream, phoenix flower petals, or napping cats. As I watch this wasteland created by human hands gradually turn to dust from the inside out, erased by the flow of time, I don't feel sorrow. Why should I grieve for nothingness? Most Philosians, after spending the first few hundred years of immortality, lost their ability to perceive meaning. Edicts forbade us from dying, yet we had no desire to live. Until that day, when injured by a wanderer, we and our bodies that surpass the scope of medicine are sent to the heart of the planet for peaceful recuperation. I never saw anyone return from the forest. I only heard that they became part of Philos forevermore. It was murder disguised as glorious right. The disappearance of Philos isn't the magnificent extinction of a starry sea. Rather, it's the silent dripping of a leaky kitchen faucet or clean clothes with no more creases from being worn. Life here had died long ago. To escape my predetermined fate, I discovered a small cosmic vortex at the end of Philos and jumped into it. My body was stretched, compressed, torn apart, and reassembled until I became nothing but a fragment drifting through the cracks of space-time. Sometimes I fell, and sometimes I was blown away. I couldn't stay anywhere for long, and time no longer flowed continuously. I thought I would be trapped in another form of eternity, but instead I arrived on Earth before the age of immortality and met you. From that moment, my entire existence witnessed the most beautiful scenery. Earth's time moved quickly, and my stay was just a few minutes in my lifespan, yet time moves slowly on Earth. It's so slow that we spent 30 years together in your eyes. In the end, the curse of immortality never released me from its grasp. Time etched deeper lines around your eyes each day, and the years painted your hair gray. You began to avoid holding my hand in public. In others' eyes, we transformed from spouses into mother and son. You refused to go out with me. And finally, you refused to leave Linkon City to start a new life in a place where no one knew us. After that argument, you said, "My dear, this is as far as our journey can go in this lifetime." Your voice was soft, calm, yet resolute, and I knew I couldn't keep you anymore. Earth in that era was too primitive, so rudimentary that I couldn't travel to other timelines. After you sent me away, I wandered aimlessly until our final meeting in 2034, when the Deepspace tunnel appeared. Your hair was white and your face was lined with wrinkles, but your eyes remained vivid and beautiful. All Philosians have faces like mine that never age. However, our eyes contain nothing but endless emptiness. You saw right through my awkwardness, tapped my nose, and grinned with composure. See? These smile lines around my eyes? The stories they tell are more fascinating than your ageless face. From the corners of your eyes, past decades surfaced one by one. What amounted to minutes in the Philos calendar became the most brilliant chapter of my long life. I made a decision then. There was something I had to do. Whether I would succeed or not, I didn't know, but I had to try. As the space tunnel drew closer, you shooed me away, your voice soft yet determined. Go now. Hurry up. Who knows if there's an interstellar post office out there? If so, you can write to me. Tell me about the adorable old ladies you've met. The deep space tunnel pulled me in, and I only managed to say, I feel lucky to have met you. I saw your lips move, but the chaotic spatial noise prevented me from hearing anything. As my body gradually dissolved, I know I'll never have the chance to find out what you said. It's okay. In a finite existence, many questions remain unanswered, but there's one thing I can be certain of. You're the most adorable old lady I've met. My dear, I truly am lucky to have met you. With love, your ageless old man, written during the demise of Philos. Chapter 2. Interstellar Post. Hey, courier number 170043. That star sector you're responsible for is experiencing a time current. I guess it'll vanish from that section of Deepspace without a trace. Judging by your records, this is the first time you've experienced a star sector disappearing in your jurisdiction. Courier number 170043 nods to their colleague and glances at their code. Yes, courier number 002761. Don't be sad. You get used to seeing them disappear after a while. Oh. Courier number 170043 doesn't respond anymore. Star sectors are born and vanish with each passing moment. There's nothing to get used to. Just as they convert mail from different star sectors into destination and recipient codes, their communication device resounds. Regional Priority Special Delivery. Original Star Sector, Philos. Sender, your old friend. Note, I succeeded. This letter is now in your hands. Courier number 170043 opens the panoramic map of their assigned star sector. In a familiar location, a warning flashed. Philos Civilization. Status, World Dissolution in progress, currently at 7%. Number 170043 immediately shoulders their mailbag and dives into the warp drive. They move so quickly that they leave a gust in their wake. Courier number 002761 shrugs. They'll get used to it. When courier number 170043 arrives at Philos, their old friend is sitting leisurely outdoors. He holds a letter that's addressed to Earth. The sky resembles burning paper after being thrown into a fire. Hello, this is the last one. Courier number 170043 is unable to take the letter as usual. Their old friend is reluctant to let go. After a silent tug of war and a sigh, number 170043 finally places the letter into their bag. Ah, the last one. The old friend rubs his empty hands. When human life approaches its end with no future ahead, we tend to reminisce. I've grown quite sentimental. Technically speaking, you're not a human. You're Philosian. Courier number 170043 patiently corrects his inaccurate terminology. I arose from humans. Humans arose from apes, but humans never say they're apes, so strictly speaking, you're an alien to humans. You're as witty as ever, the old friend shifts, patting the newly vacated space. Courier number 170043 searches for an appropriate rebuttal for quite some time, but when they can't, they reluctantly sit down. So this is the end of the world. Courier number 170043 and their old friend sit shoulder to shoulder. They silently watch as the protective shell surrounding Philos' atmosphere gradually disappears. It doesn't shatter or break down, it's just being devoured by a time current. The air begins to crystallize and gently cascades like snow. The clock tower atop the high walls, a symbol of royal authority, collapses amid the trembling earth. There's a heavy crash as it hits the ground. Panicked nobles leap from the city gates, their gleaming white ceremonial robes turning into dust beneath mud-covered shoes. A jewel-encrusted crown rolls, colliding with the twisted remains of the bell that's half buried in soil. No one hears the priceless sound of their impact. In the face of collapse, life stands defenseless. When oblivion becomes inevitable, people ultimately do what they've always wanted to do. Look, they've finally learned to embrace and kiss. This might be the most meaningful thing they've done in their lives. Courier number 17443 nods, beginning to accept the fact that their old friend is human, but before they can say anything, they're pulled into an embrace. Farewell, my old friend. The letter is in your hands now. As the pressure of his palm against their back increases, courier number 170043 mimics the Philosians around them. They hesitantly bend their elbows to pat their old friend's back. They search their memory bank and recall their first conversation with their old friend. It seems fitting for the current situation. Yes, farewell, my old friend. I feel lucky to have met you. Courier number 170043's old friend pulls away, and his eyes gleam with delighted surprise. It's as if a question that had troubled him for so long has finally been answered. The old friend's lips open and close as he speaks, but number 170043 can't hear a thing. Sound cannot travel through a vacuum. They watch as their old friend's arms, body, and smile and face dissolve into cosmic dust and vanish. Now it's their turn to have a question that might never be answered in their lifetime. Chapter 3. An Afternoon Letter from the Stars. Back at Interstellar Post, courier number 170043 stares at the final letter from a life form that has vanished. After struggling, they decided to enter the Postal Service's Central Transfer Hub. Crossing through space-time is never easy. The greater the mass, the greater the difficulty. Most mail is sent through the Central Transfer Hub. For registered mail, couriers typically project their consciousness into relay vessels in the corresponding timeline, but the Earth their old friend wanted to send letters to is too ancient and distant. It's unreachable even with the use of relay vessels. Courier number 170043 has a private mail bag filled with letters their old friend sent to that ancient planet. Sadly, none were successfully delivered. However, number 170043 decided to see what place created those few minutes that their millennia-old friend cherished so deeply, even if it means they might never return or vanish from the space rift. Their surroundings become bizarre and kaleidoscopic. Courier number 170043 feels their body being flattened, stretched, squeezed into a square, and then bent into a triangle. They search Earth's vocabulary for quite some time before finding appropriate descriptors. Have you ever been stuffed into a front loader? Or have you ever played simulation games that involve managing an amusement park? It's like using every wild idea to build an outrageous, sadistic, epic roller coaster with countless loops and drop towers. Then you press start, only to discover yourself as the single passenger on an untested ride. Nothing matters except for hoping to survive. Even death would not be acceptable because this is so unbearably painful. When the sky finally stops spinning, a figure replaces the light that was stinging courier number 170043's eyes. There's fluttering, which sends a gentle breeze towards their face. Opening their eyes, number 170043 finds a pair of large, curious, blinking eyes. They're staring at them. Number 170043 takes a moment to gather their thoughts before looking around. They're in a small garden belonging to an Earth resident. Are you okay? Yes, I'm fine. Courier number 170043 sits up, looking at those big eyes while searching for an explanation about their sudden appearance. It should be one that doesn't cause unnecessary trouble. The little Earth girl before them looks about 7 or 8 years old, the perfect age to believe in fairy tales. Perhaps making up a story about an alien visiting Earth would be enough. Great-grandma, Mr. Mailman is awake. See, she already decided this alien's identity. A mailman, huh? As number 170043 watches the little girl run off, they spot an elderly woman under a gazebo at the far end of the garden. This is their first meeting, yet they have known her for a long time. Their old friend told the story of those few minutes countless times. Her hair gradually turning white, her wrinkles deepening, her body slowly becoming smaller and frailer, but those eyes that contained galaxies never changed. The elderly woman beckons. Courier number 170043 follows the cobblestone path and slowly walks toward the gazebo. That strange sensation they felt while embracing their old friend returns. With each step, the metal components beneath their skin seem to corrode under Earth's atmosphere. Although they don't want to admit it, they feel as if all that remains in their body is the tiny fragment of human consciousness that stems from their origins. Are you here to deliver a letter? The elderly woman takes the letters from courier number 170043, her fingers caressing the timeless handwriting. She slowly removes the paper and gently rocks in her lounger chair as she reads one after another. Courier number 170043 stands nearby. The afternoon breeze is quiet and the sunlight is gentle. They watch as particles, like dust from another dimension, pass through her wrinkled, delicate fingers and scatter across her body. Her expression remains serene. A smile plays at her lips as if this final testament before her is another cycle of seasons changing. Her soft chuckle pulls number 170043's drifting thoughts back to the present. She carefully refolds the letters along their creases and gently presses them against her lap. Of course I'll be the most adorable old lady you'll meet in your lifetime. Seconds pass in silence. Then she raises her head to look at number 170043. Thank you. Courier number 170043 finally has an image to match the afternoon their old friend described so many times. In a garden where one sits on a chair and listens to stories of distant times and worlds he tells, human eyes truly can't contain an entire galaxy within them. Oh yeah, I can feel it. This one's gonna make me cry. Oh, but let's see if I can keep it together. Chapter 4, The Story of Your Life. Courier number 170043 strolls through the streets of Linkon City. Their task is complete, but they don't want to immediately return to the post office. Based on past experiences, the elderly woman will send her reply in 3 days. Local network message from number 002761 to number 170043. Content: You've gone quite far. New star sector assignments have been allocated. Remember to claim yours when you return. Local network message from number 170043 to number 002761. Content: I'm waiting for a response letter. It takes courier number 170043 many attempts to send this message. Earth is primitive and isolated. It's just as their old friends said. They barely send a single message. Local network message from number 002761 to number 170043. Content: a response letter? Oh, you mean from your Philosian friend's ancient Earth sweetheart? Didn't she read the letters? Local network message from number 170043 to number 002761. Content: she did. Failed to send. Failed to send. Failed to send. Local network message from number 002761 to number 170043. Content: why aren't you responding? What's going on over there? I have tons of work to do. I can't keep monitoring the central transfer hub for you. Local network message from number 170043 to number 002761. Content: then don't wait for me. Failed to send. Failed to send. Failed to send. Local network message from number 002761 to number 170043. Content: come back. Who writes a response to a dead person? Courier number 170043 throws their communication device aside and feels inexplicably agitated. Courier number 002761 isn't wrong, but they feel their old friend hasn't received the respect they deserve. It's only 3 days, a short vacation. Perhaps there will be a response. Courier number 170043 decides to wait on Earth. To find a secluded place where a massive ring-shaped spacecraft has disrupted the area's magnetic field. It's inaccessible to ordinary people. The abandoned spacecraft carries a temporal essence similar to their old friends. Leaning against the scattered parts, they recall their old friend's life. They met their old friend during a rite. They used a relay vessel to deliver mail to Philos and never expected it to become evidence condemning them as anti-Philosian dissident. They were escorted to the white plaza beneath the clock tower in the royal capital. Their old friend was convicted alongside them. A nobleman dressed in white ceremonial robes embroidered with gold threads looked down imperiously. He proclaimed their unforgivable crimes. His jewel-encrusted crown blindingly bright, the nobleman's self-righteous speech didn't register with courier number 170043. It was almost time to clock off, and they still had mail to deliver. Do you have anything to say? Someone asked this question. Courier number 170043 shook their head. They want to get this over with. They didn't want to work overtime. Do you have anything to say? That person, they walked over to their old friend and asked the same question. Yes, I say immortality is a curse that has made you forget where you came from. It has robbed you of the ability to love, and it has left you ignorant of ice cream's sweetness and a kitty's softness. You're unable to appreciate the vitality bursting from blooming flowers while being deaf to the nightingale's final song before dawn. You call yourself immortal, yet you cannot perceive moments of happiness. You possess time, but you've lost your reverence for life. You've conquered the stars despite not comprehending the luster of tears. You will eventually perish, and the love in my heart will be more than you. It will be more enduring, genuine, and everlasting. The cry's echoes reverberated between the high walls, but the crowd didn't shout, surge, or rage. There was only silence. Courier number 170043 turned to look at the overly dramatic Philosian beside them. With a barely perceptible sigh, his tense body slackened. He missed the slightly quirked eyebrow on the young crown prince's face as he stood in the clock tower's shadow, and they failed to notice the determined gaze of the young girl holding a sword at the far end of the high wall. They were escorted to a forest. The noblemen who judged them declared that criminals would receive a glorious rite there. Once their sins were washed away, they would be reborn. Of course, courier number 170043 later learned that they would become fuel to keep the planet's hollow heart running. During a short break while waiting to be converted into energy, courier number 170043 heard their old friend muttering, I can't hold on much longer. I'm being tossed back and forth through space-time rifts. After depleting my energy at one point in time, I'm thrown into a new one. When will it end? Will my cries ever receive a response? Who can bring an end to this cursed immortality? You're certainly quick to make friends. Are you a dissident too? Courier number 170043 was surprised by the question. After a quick search in their database, they decided it was better to keep things simple. Is it worth it? It must be. I promised someone that humans would achieve immortality through love. The word philos in some ancient Earth language means love. Since philos has achieved immortality, the concept of love is immortal in a sense. That's a funny joke. Thank you. It seems you won't die either. Where are you from? I'm from Interstellar Post. I'm here to deliver mail, but my mission is about to fail. Once my energy is depleted, I'll return to my original body. Who is the letter for? Courier number 170043 realized they had forgotten to check the recipient's information because they were too hasty. They pulled up the record. Mail information. Recipient area, Philos Galaxy. Recipient, ageless old man. It's for you. This is a letter from her? How could she be writing me? Have you been to Earth? No, it was a fragment I captured while traversing star sectors. When I capture something, I have to deliver it. I do it out of professional integrity. As their old friend finishes reading the letter, His slumping body straightens, and his dull gray eyes sparkle with light again. That's right. I promised I would keep shouting. I'd yell until the day someone hears me. I want to write back to her and tell her about all these years. Will you help me deliver my response? I can't. That place is too far away. It's impossible to reach. Is that so? It matters not. I'll still write. Neither of us can die, so there will always be a chance. In his final moments before being converted into fuel, he flashes a goofy smile at courier number 170043. I feel lucky to have met you. Looking back, facing death together during their first meeting had created a bond forged in the face of oblivion. Need a sip of water. Chapter 5. 3 days later. 3 days later, courier number 170043. I swear to God, guys, take a shot every time I say this. I swear. We're not going to make it. Actually, don't. You will die of alcohol poisoning. Do not do that. Do not take a shot of alcohol. Take a shot of any other liquid, but you will be hydrated by the time I get to the end of this. 3 days later, courier number 170043 returns to the garden they crashed into, only to find people dressed in black coming and going. The little girl with bright blinking eyes runs up to them and hands over a letter. As courier number 170043 is about to place it in their pouch, the little girl holds their hand. Great-grandma said this letter is for you, Mr. Mailman. At a cafe located on a street corner near the garden, courier number 170043 follows the ritual their old friend had when reading letters. They wash their hands, find a comfortable chair, and open the envelope. Inside is just a single sentence. Thank you, Mr. Mailman. I feel lucky to have met you. A young couple walks into the cafe. Number 170043 immediately recognizes the Crown Prince, the only one whose eyes held a persistent spark among the countless numb faces on the high wall that day. His royal garments have been replaced with a simple hoodie. This prince, who granted his old friend's wish and left no regrets, now blends into the crowds of ancient Earth. Someday, at one point in the future, he'd return life to its original meaning. What would their old friend want to do if he was still here? Courier number 170043 thinks before standing up. The scraping sound of the table breaks the cafe's silence. Courier number 170043 realizes they've become just as dramatic as their old friend. The prince's and the girl's gazes fall on courier number 170043. Number 170043 approaches them, walks up to the Crown Prince, and delivers a message for their old friend who no longer exists. I feel lucky to have met you. The Crown Prince furrows his brow in confusion. His bewildered... I'm sorry, I could just picture Xavier. The Crown Prince furrows his brow in confusion. His bewildered as he accepts courier number 170043's greeting. Number 170043 glances between them and recognizes the girl who's always the focus of the prince's gaze. The place where hope was born. The looks exchanged between them resemble those in their old friend's eyes when he spoke of the elderly woman. It's that unique radiance shared between humans in love, when their old friend called true immortality. After a moment, the Crown Prince turns and repeats the same words to the girl beside him. Her response makes the prince smile. The light in his eyes grows even brighter, as if it contains the entire universe. And finally, courier number 170043 hears the answer they have missed countless times before. I feel lucky to have met you too. Yay, diamonds. Oh, that hits you right in the end. Like, you're doing good, and then it hits you right at the end. Oh, wow. Ooh. I'm a little teary. Not gonna lie. A little teary on that one. Ooh. Oh. But in the words of Courier 170043, I feel lucky to have met all of you. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna turn into my new vocal stem. Courier number 170043. Hello, birthday boy. Now then, because someone, and we're not naming names, redeemed Nikki's revenge, I must now battle and cry inside. Let's see, where are we? Oh, I think I'm still stuck here. Yeah, I'm still stuck here. It's mean. Yeah, what's the mailman's name? Courier number 170043. Lord. Okay, here we go. That's probably not gonna end well for me, but we're gonna do our best, kids. Mama's gonna do her best to pull this off. Let me flip the scene to battle. There we go.
The taste is hardly passable. Look out!
I don't know your rotation.
Damn it!
You can command me,
Taste our bloodlust.
then perish. It's your time to shine.
I'll show you.
Careful now. It's charging.
I can still go on. It's your turn. Recovered already? How tiresome.
Shatter your bones.
It's your time to shine. Through blood and bond. Stay on your toes. It's changing how it attacks. We're halfway there.
Steady now. We can do this. Let the blood feast begin.
Together, we descend,
Taste our bloodlust.
then perish. It's your time to shine.
Shields.
Listen to fate's dying echo.
Summon death's shadow.
Seriously, I love this animation.
Now, fall into infernal abyss. It's time to meet your maker. Your bloodlust is like mine. I wouldn't say I'm satisfied. If we're covered, be careful.
Away into the competition.
It's your time to shine. It's a small gift.
Everyone who receives your gifts bleeds.
Don't let your guard down. If we're covered, be
We did it!
Yay! Round one, fight! That wasn't a flawless victory, but it was good enough to be going on with. Alright, round two. Oh hell, please don't be the thing in the middle.
We'll send them back to the darkness.
The die is cast.
Okay.
Let's end it.
Your fate has been sealed.
I shall be the judge.
There is a battle guide.
The gravity here is stronger, and
My
you'll be
bestie
pulled
made
in
a
more
battle
frequently.
guide.
Be on the lookout.
I need to be behind something. Yay.
Don't worry, you'll get another shot.
Down
The enemies are weak. Now's our
the
chance.
the glory of your death.
Everlasting night for sinners.
I am not afraid.
Steady now. We can do this.
Be reduced to ashes.
Watch out.
The atonement for
Your fate has
The rock spikes are drawn to you. Don't let them touch you. Keep up the momentum.
Bring it on. Eat this.
Don't worry, you'll get another shot.
Steady now.
life and death hand in hand. All must die.
Heed the king's words.
Sever.
Oh, I need a thing. I need a thing.
Don't worry.
I
I'll
dodged
get
it
another
somehow.
shot.
I don't know how I did that, but I'm proud of
Death
you.
claims
Your fate has been sealed.
Why was it
I shall be the judge.
The enemies are weak.
respectfully?
Now's our chance.
No more friends.
End it. Destroy the gravitational core. The rest should be easy.
Eat this.
That's not it. Follow me.
Nope. Failed to do the run.
I'm not.
Your fate has been sealed.
I shall be the judge.
The enemies are weak. Now's our
He gets
chance.
extra shield.
Be careful. Here comes an.
If we hide behind it, the rock spikes should hit it instead. Don't worry. We'll get another shot. Pay attention to its moves. Are you okay?
Your fate has been sealed.
I shall be the judge.
The enemies are weak. Now's our chance.
Eat this. For sinners.
There shall be no mercy.
Rawr.
Pay attention to its movements.
Death claims you twice.
Everlasting night.
Time.
Recovered already? How tiresome.
Left to the ground.
The enemies are weak. Now's our
Let's go
chance.
out on a pretty scene.
Life and death hand in hand. All must die.
Heed the king's words.
Sever.
Step back.
You whacked it on the head, children, but we didn't have enough time. We have been defeated! I know the voice change between King of Dark Knight and just a regular Xavier are hysterical. I love it every time. It just makes me giggle. Well, I hope you enjoyed that battling with Mama. As for next week, we will be continuing on our journey, and we will be covering story 21, Dusk to Autumn, story 22, Bucket List, story 23, Beyond Survival, story 24, Crease, and story 25, Light into Dust. So we have 2 more weeks. Next week and the week after. And once we complete World Underneath, then we'll shift to doing the myths for each of the boys. So I hope you're excited for that. I hope you've enjoyed this reading corner with me. For those of you, I hope some of you were able to body double, get some stuff done. For those of you who needed a mental break, I hope you got one with me. Thank you as always so much for joining. I sincerely appreciate it. As a reminder, we've got Nikki on deck tomorrow with kitty cards, crane games, and battle stuff. So all you battle girlies, bring your questions to class with Nikki tomorrow. Thursday, we'll be finishing off Fran Bao, which that's a psychological trip. It's got some heavy material, kids, so trigger warning for Fran Bao. Please be mindful of that. And then Saturday, Mama is a glutton for punishment, and it's Midnight Masochism, and we are diving into Resident Evil 2, in which my bestie will be on the phone the entire goddamn time because body horror freaks me out. And this is earlier body. This is we're going to Resident Evil 2, kids. We're going to young Leon. We are going to see baby Leon. The inventory is going to be low on the ground, and my sanity is going to be nowhere to be found. So if please look out for that on Saturday. As always, new episode for the podcast will drop on Thursday. Nikki and I will be recording that later today. So as always, I'm going to say good night, good afternoon, good evening, good morning, whatever time it is to my YouTube folks. Thank you so much for hanging out and chatting. A big shout out to Mad Kitty and Winner and Laquan and Night of Living Cookie and Kara and Blaze. Thank you all so much. I think I got everybody. Oh, and Joe. Thank you so much for Joe. And then to all my lurkers over in YouTube, thank you so much for joining me today. If you liked today's stream, don't forget to throw a little thumbs up for me. It helps us out. And we appreciate it. Thanks for all the comments. And I will see you, my lovely YouTube children, next time.